All right. Okay. Crystal, are we good to go?
We're good to go.
All right. Good evening. Welcome to the City of San Carlos City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency Housing Authority regular meeting of July 13th, 2020. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. I would like to propose a change to the order of the agenda, and that the reason for this tonight is to accommodate members of the public who we want to encourage to call in and not have to wait most of the evening. So if I don't have any objection, what I would like to do is to move item 6, which is council communications and announcements, and item 8, which is agenda setting, and combine them both with item 13, which is additional council communications and announcements. We can handle all of those things together at item 13. Does anyone have any objection to doing that? Great. Hearing none, let us now move on to presentations. The first is to present proclamations to the outgoing Economic Development and Advisory Commissioner Leah McMurtry and Parks and Recreation Culture Commissioner Scott Janke in recognition of their years of service. And in going through Leah's proclamation, I'm impressed that she's been on the Economic Development Advisory Commission for 6 years. That's a long time. I was on it for about a year and had to leave because I ended up in this job. And Sarah was on for at least a year or two, I believe, before she joined. It is one of our most important commissions, and we very much value Leah's service to the city. It's a very important position. We'd also like to recognize Scott Janke. Scott served on the last 2 years on the Parks and Recreation Commission, and we have a lot of issues that come up regarding not only the parks, but the culture of San Carlos. It also handles the San Carlos Museum, and there are a lot of different aspects to the Parks and Rec Commission. We very much are deep appreciation for the service of both of these residents for serving San Carlos. Now, I was told that Mr. Janke is not here tonight. Is Leah McMurtry with us or present? You are. Leah, was there any couple words you wanted to say?
Oh, I just appreciate your kind comments, Mayor Collins, and I appreciate the city council members inviting me tonight. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, you're quite welcome, and thank you again for your service.
Of course.
All right. Next, we're going to present a proclamation recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month. This is a proclamation that is made annually, recognizes our parks and recreation. It is especially meaningful this year in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic. I actually want to recognize Amy Newby. I know, Amy, your job has not been easy. Trying to manage a department that is usually very hands-on and very present with people. So it's an honor to be able to present this proclamation and recognize July as Parks and Recreation Month. Amy, is there anything that you'd like to add?
No, just thank you, Mayor Collins, for recognizing the Parks and Recreation Department and all we do during this month of July. And kind of as you were saying, usually this month we are, just full-fledged programs, camps, concerts, events. And so it's definitely different this summer, but we are working through it, and we will be back when everything settles down. We are going to be back and ready to serve the community again.
Well, thank you again. And I really miss the concerts in the park. I was counting on seeing one of my favorite groups this year, but they got preempted, so I hope that they'll be back next year. Do they get a pass? Do we hold their spot for next year?
We haven't talked about it, but that'll be part of the conversation when we talk about the concert programming for 2021, for sure.
Okay. Well, that would
I do also want to maybe just throw one more comment for those
Sure.
that are still using our parks. I'm glad it can be of access to the residents and the community. And we do just ask that you're using our parks in a safe manner, wearing face coverings, practicing social distancing, and keeping everyone safe and healthy.
Thank you again, Amy.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on to public comment. This is anybody who wishes to address the council on matters normally not on the posted agenda. There will be opportunities tonight for people to speak on the various items that come before us. I think
Mayor Collins, before
Yes.
we move to that real quick, my understanding was that we were going to remove 10A from the agenda tonight as well, unless I was misguided.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Is that correct, Greg? We are continuing that item?
Yeah, I think it's 9A if I'm remembering correctly. It's the ADU ordinance.
That's 10A, public hearing?
10A.
10A, excuse me.
10A, we are continuing
Yeah,
that item. Any comment you wanted to make, Greg?
I'm recommending we continue the item. It needs a little bit of time to look at some concerns that were raised at the last minute, and I think it's prudent to do that at this point. It doesn't really delay the consideration that much because of the summer recess is voted, so this would have been the first reading of the ordinance anyway. So I think we have time to fine tune it or make that review and to make sure it's right before you introduce.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Laura, for bringing that to my attention. Okay, we will now move on to public comment. These are again are items that are not on the agenda. Each speaker has 2 minutes. So there is a number that should be on the screen at this moment. Crystal, are there any callers that are set to speak or wanting to speak?
No, there are no callers right now.
All right, no call. And anybody who is watching, if you decide that you do want to make a public comment during the course of the meeting, please feel free to call in and we will find a way to fit you in. We don't normally do that in live meetings, but because of this format, sometimes it's not always easy for people to speak on an item exactly when it comes up or even in the beginning of the meeting if it's not on the agenda. Okay, at this point, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. And are there any items that anyone would like to pull from the consent calendar? All right, not hearing any. I would entertain a motion.
I move
Mayor,
to
I
approve.
move to.
Everybody,
After you, Councilmember Megna.
Oh, thanks, Councilmember Palmer Lohan. I move to approve City Council consent calendar items A through J.
okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Crystal, please call the roll.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. All right, we are now going to move on to item 9A as planned, reports to council. These reports are updates on key city projects by the city department heads and staff and city council subcommittees. They are informational in nature and no action will be taken on these items at this time. Our first item is to receive a report on Zonehaven's fire mapping and evacuation system and alert wildfire cameras.
Good evening, Mayor Collins and Council. Pleased to introduce Charlie Crocker, CEO of Zonehaven, and myself will be giving an update on the countywide evacuation tool that Zonehaven has helped develop. And that will be our presentation tonight. We're not going to be having an update on the alert fire cameras. So let's move on into our presentation.
Chuck, you should have access to it now.
Okay. Looking for the Crystal, you might have to help me out here.
Okay, yeah, I'll take over.
Okay, next slide. All right, so as we're all aware of the extreme wildfires that we have had across our state, several reoccurring factors have been identified. Initial fire attack has not been effective at these large fires. Multi-agency coordination and command has been required. These incidents have resulted in mass rescue and casualty events. Evacuation orders have been required early and over larger areas. Traffic congestion coordination has become necessary, and the vulnerable population are at most at risk. Next slide. With these common factors being identified, many agencies throughout the state are trying to figure out the evacuation problem. Next slide, Crystal. So let me review the evacuation process that has been used at these large fires. The incident would begin. We would have an immediate evacuation from the threat of the fire from our local level. Overhead management teams would be requested. They would arrive within 24 to 48 hours and be in place to develop the prediction of the growth of the fire and the corresponding evacuation plan. Next slide. So from there, they would put the plan into action through live meetings with the team, radio and phone communications, through social media channels, updating websites, news and press releases. And as we have all witnessed, those are very time consuming and have been prone to errors. Next slide. Our desire is to find a one-click platform that brings together multi-agency coordination, real-time mapping, integration with existing communication channels, local knowledge, the ability to reduce complication and time, and is accessible to our communities. Next slide. So to reach this goal, the San Mateo County Fire Chiefs, along with the San Mateo County Police Chiefs and the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, formed a working group that partnered with Zone Haven to develop the solution to our problem. The tool that was created through this effort addressed all the issues I have discussed. Next slide. So we're going to have a short video here that's narrated by Deputy Fire Chief Jonathan Cox with the San Mateo County Fire Unit. It will demonstrate how the tool that we have developed works. You could hit the next slide.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to stop share for just a second so I can do the audio because that was not turned on. Okay.
We're looking here at the first responder application of the evacuation management platform. What this does is it gives first responders a county-wide view of all the different zones in San Mateo County. The last 5 months have been spent conducting hundreds of meetings, hundreds of hours with every fire and law enforcement agency in the county to really ensure that all of our zones have the same kind of features in the way that they were created as well as the way that they were numbered. If we look really quick at one of these zones, first responders have the ability to actually look at some really important information, such as the population, the number of structures, parcels, and whatnot. It also gives information such as the fire agency and the law enforcement agency for that area, as well as critical infrastructure, and that could be schools, it could be hospital, it could be boarding care facilities that are vital to ensure that they get some attention during evacuations. When first responders have a fire or an emergency that occurs and they need to come in here and actually call for an evacuation, what we talk about is that kind of one-click method for evacuations. First responders are now able to come in here and actually call for evacuations and automate the entire process just by doing those 2 clicks. and you see that this zone is actually now red. What this map shows is the area that's under an evacuation order to anybody who views the map, including 911 centers, our OES partners, all fire and law enforcement officers. After an area has been evacuated, it's also really important to look at the fact that first responders now have the ability to look at current road conditions. So the green, the yellow, the red. If we were to evacuate an area and road conditions were to change and we'd get some really big kind of choke points, law enforcement officers could actually deploy to those intersections, those critical intersections, and get traffic moving or perform some traffic flows, maybe opposing possibly, to get traffic out of that evacuated zone. So it gives us a real-time picture about what's going on. This is kind of one of the features of many of this evacuation platform, but it's probably the most important and most critical to highlight is just the fact that first responders have a platform that they can actually come together, call for evacuations using common language, and actually get evacuations called for in a format in a way that everybody who needs to know about them can actually see them.
Okay, great. Crystal, we can move to the next slide. There was some info there that was hiding behind our video images, which did show all the structures and population that he was describing in the video. But it's my pleasure to introduce Charlie Crocker, CEO of Zonehaven. He will be finishing up our presentation, and we will both be available for questions at the end. Charlie?
Thank you, Chuck. And it's a pleasure to meet all of you. I'm very happy to get to meet some of the people that are running the cities. We've been working for the last 9 months or so with all the different public first responder agencies across San Mateo County. Within San Carlos, we're excited to be working with Chuck. He's leading what we call a multi-agency team, the team that's going to be helping us to build out the detailed evacuation plans. So the Zonehaven application itself is, as you heard over and over again here, is zone-based. These zones are what we call smart zones. They're threat aware and they're very easy to communicate. So for example, the same zone is in the dispatch system, the same zone is in the community warning system, the same zone is actually in Waze. When somebody calls in for an evacuation, Waze has that zone and can shut down and redirect traffic outside that zone. So it's very key to have these zones, and they're built based on the threat, the geography, the number of egress routes that people can take, the density of the population, and many other things. It's also a collaborative tool. A really key piece to this and part of the success of the zones is that they were not developed by one agency. They were developed across the county. They were developed using models and algorithms. They were reviewed over and over again with multi-agency teams. So we had CHP, we had OES, we had PSC, we had Sheriff, CAL FIRE, and many of the local fire and police departments in the room having the conversations. So this tool is collaborative in the sense that anybody who comes to help San Mateo in a mutual aid situation will have access to this information, and it won't be generated at 3 o'clock in the morning on the hood of a pickup truck. And you can learn from your peers. This same application is deployed in parts of Santa Clara County, Contra Costa County, San Luis Obispo, and it's going to be expanding to other Bay Area counties. As we learn more about how to best evacuate and deliver communications and alerts to first responders in the community, that information will raise all boats. And so we can look forward to that. Next slide, please. The application is really focused on 3 things right now. We're focused right now on the first responders. I'll talk a little bit more about the community app. For first responders, there are 3 parts to the whole program: prepare, train, and live. Preparation is all about building pre-plans, capturing the local knowledge that the agencies have, aligning local agencies, getting people to have the conversations that need to happen, not, like I said, at 3 o'clock in the morning, and understand the individual needs of each zone. Then there's the training piece. For training, you train like it's an actual fire or an actual flood. This is not just for wildfire, it's a multi-hazard application. So the first responders are able to train and in a sense, pretend to release an alert and to run a program and to run real-time fires and to simulate that and know what it's going to look like before they go. And then finally, live is literally the same thing as training, but this is where the actual alert and communication will go out to Waze, to the community warning system, to a variety of social media channels. Next slide, please. So the next steps for us right now, we're happy to announce that the county as a whole has secured long-term sustainable funding for this. We recently signed a 3-year contract, so this application will be here and available for 3 years. We have a regional approach where we're working with 11 multi-agency teams. Chuck happens to be the lead for the multi-agency team that includes San Carlos. We are in the process of building out evacuation pre-plans and finding the target hazards and the traffic control points and teaching the training. This stuff we expect to be done by the end of the summer or moving into September. Some cities have been working with us for quite a while, and we have complete sets of evacuation plans, and others are still a work in progress. Once these plans are done and the agencies are fully on board and the alerting mechanisms are in place, this is all coming in the next 3 months, then we'll be rolling it out publicly. So there's a public-facing website. Some of you may have already seen it, the COVID site. That's coming from our application, San Mateo. I can get you the link, smc.community.zonehaven.app. Your zones are available in there, and you can actually go find your zone and find the COVID resources near your zone. That app will morph to be more focused on evacuations and helping communities to plan and to know the routes they need to take in case of an emergency. And these will all support planned evacuation exercises that many of the agencies, including some of the stuff Chuck is doing, are going to be happening in the fall. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to stay on as long as needed to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Charlie. Were we also going to hear from Chief Dury? I had his name on the list.
No, I believe Chief Dury is on for if you have any questions for him. He's available.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Crystal, has anyone called in to make a public comment on this item?
No, I don't see any callers.
Okay. Mark, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. Very nice presentation, guys. And I will, not trying to minimize it at all, a very clever product. Interesting to see it. Just a couple of sort of quick questions. What's the sort of plan or setup within the system for dealing with, I guess I think of it as the resiliency of information coming in, like traffic flow information. If there's a major earthquake and cell towers start going down, then I think a lot of that data is going to go away. So is there like a backup way of getting the data in, or some of the data in manually? How does that work?
So it's a great question, and I sort of see two questions there. One question is, how do we address and deal with what we would call real-time feeds, real-time information like weather, real-time information like weather forecasts, potentially traffic information, et cetera. And then the other is just in general, how do we approach a disconnected environment? How do we approach it when the cell towers are down? Right. So I'll start with the latter. The application is set up so that all of the data that's in it can easily be downloaded into a tablet or onto an individual computer in the form of these pre-plans. So everybody can have access to the pre-plans without having access to the internet. You don't get to do things like run simulated wildfires and those kind of things because you need a lot more compute process. So we have both the ability to have it on individual devices. In addition, there's a set of hard copy map books. So you could think of this as a way of finding your zone without having a website. So you can literally say, okay, here I am, I'm in this area, and now I can actually identify the zones using this map book. Once I have that map book, I can then identify the zone and I can go to either my tablet or I can go to a hard copy version of the pre-plans and I have access to those pre-plans. We saw this last year in Moraga. They were having a hard time with cells, so they used a radio to call in a zone number, and all they had to do was say the zone number, and the county dispatch knew what they were talking about. So that communication link, just by having the zone number, really helps us when we're down. When it comes to third-party tools like bringing in traffic, real-time traffic, and other things, those services are only as good as the network and the availability of that. So some of those things are not going to be able to be brought in and will have to be managed on a case-by-case basis.
I see. And so the part of the training protocol then is what to do in those cases.
Exactly. So we have an alert workflow that includes a path that has no cell coverage and a path that has cell coverage, right? We still assume there'll be some radio contact, right? But you may not have cell coverage.
Okay, good. And I think you actually had two other questions. I think you actually may have answered the next one, which was when you referred to Moraga. So I was going to ask, has this system, or at least some version of it, been used someplace for real?
So it has been used in a fairly pilot perspective in Contra Costa County. And so San Mateo County was the lead county with Jonathan Cox and Chief Matt Sampson, and the work we've done with Mark Drury and others in order to build this out. So this is really new technology, and we're going to be putting everything we can behind it, and we will be there this season. We expect to learn a lot. It will not function perfectly. We're here to learn, we're learning with the teams, and we're going to do our best to improve it as quickly as possible.
That's good to hear. And last question, this may be more of a Chuck question, but I'll leave it up to the two of you to decide who to answer it, is during that learning phase, would I be correct in assuming that loosely speaking, that you will run or whatever your current system is for handling such things in parallel with this? In other words, not make a complete bet on a new system so that if things don't go right, we're sort of left hanging?
Yeah, so we're planning on doing another evacuation exercise in September. And so, you know, from last year's exercise, this will still use the Everbridge system within the county. And then we'll see how these additional notification systems help. And then we can compare the numbers, is what my thought is, compared to participation in last year's exercise to this year's exercise. And, you know, maybe some of that data will help see some improvement.
Okay, that sounds good. I mean, I don't want to get into too many technical details and whatnot, and I have confidence that you guys can handle that far better than I could. But you know, unfortunately, one of the natures of even very clever, well-built systems is that when you scale them, they don't, you know, they sometimes break down. Ultimately, they work great. It's just that since we're talking about life and death stuff here, that was my, you know, I just would be, even if it takes extra money to run stuff sort of in parallel, to use that term again, at least in the beginning, I personally would be supportive of that, because that's how you learn. You sort of keep. Yeah,
nothing. Your concern is also my concern. So nothing about your existing systems is being torn out or removed at this time. And we're doing everything we can to work within the context of existing systems. If at some point 2 years from now, you see that it's redundant and you see that you're confident in one system or the other, then you can make the decision on saving money.
Good. That sounds like a very good plan to me. Thank you very much.
Okay, Sarah?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is so when a zone is chosen to be evacuated and it's clicked on and it turns red, how is the community notified? Is Zone Haven integrated with SMC Alert so that a message would go out immediately? Or I'm wondering about the communications piece.
Thank you. It's a great question. The full alerting functionality is going to be released in the middle of August. So we're in the process of building that system out. The planned approach for that is what we call an alert fabric. So we don't want anybody to fall through that alert fabric. So we've sent our zones and have a partnership with Waze, as I stated earlier. So if you are on the Waze app, it will redirect you and it may give you an alert that says this zone is closed for this reason. So that's one touch point. We'll also be linking to the community warning system. So we're deeply embedded with the PSC right now and determining what are the best approaches for us to be able to deliver them the information and who within PSC needs to validate it in order for it to be sent out. So that's a deep conversation. We're also looking at publishing to a variety of different social networks, right? So for Twitter, Facebook, et cetera. And then the last one is that there's a couple others that we're working on, but we haven't built the partnerships yet. One that we'd really like is a partnership with Airbnb, for example. There's a large amount of transient populations that are coming into communities who have no idea about evacuations, have no idea about what plans have been put in place. So if we can work with them and you as an Airbnb user get a text or an input from the Airbnb app because they know your rental is in a zone, we can start to reach more people. So this is both giving you a little insight into how we're thinking about it, but also some of the channels that we're already working on.
Great, thank you.
Crystal, are there any callers on this item?
No, there are no callers.
Okay, thank you. I see no other questions from any other council members. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Charlie. Very good presentation.
All right, thank you. Reach out anytime.
We will.
Okay.
All right.
Take care.
We're going to move on now to receive an update on the coronavirus, COVID-19, and this is Tara. Hello, Tara.
Good evening, Council. Tara Peterson, Assistant City Manager. I am going to do my best to fill Jeff's shoes, who does a great job on this update every 2 weeks. So this report is from your last council meeting through today. Crystal, I thought I just had to hit my arrows.
I'll help you with it.
So county health orders, the last update to the county health orders was on June 17th. And that basically put into place more of a individual-based kind of responsibility for good behaviors, such as wearing masks and social distancing and sanitizing hands. The state is monitoring each county, including our own, to determine what level of reopening each is eligible for based on various measures, including the number of cases, hospitalizations, deaths, ICU beds, etc. Right now, the county, although the numbers are growing, is still doing well. At this point in time, businesses must ensure that staff and patrons follow the health order guidelines, such as wearing masks, exercising social distancing, and providing hand sanitizer for both their staff as well as their guests. State actions. So the state continues to ask people to wear masks. There's lots of different kind of messaging going out on this topic. A couple of things behind the scenes is the Economic Development Department, who's in charge of unemployment insurance, continues to struggle with the backlog of those kinds of claims that were a bit unusual. And they hope to catch up with those by mid-August. So they're a bit behind, and they're feeling, the state is feeling that this is one area that's been a failure, but they're doing their best to try to catch up with getting people's claims paid. The state is also moving into addressing wildfires now that we're entering the active fire season. In this era of COVID-19, they're also asking people when they have to evacuate to wear masks and plan to maybe have to go to a different evacuation site, because each site will have to be able to provide people with the ability to social distance while evacuating. The COVID numbers are growing rapidly throughout the state. So the state is taking action to try to ensure that hospitals can manage the surge. Right now, the state has changed the way it's counting the numbers, and they're using a 7-day average rather than daily numbers. So as of today, for each day, there are 7.7 more positivity rate for testing. So as they continue to test, there are more positive people. Each day, there's another 8,211 new cases, and 9% of the hospital capacity is currently occupied and 60% of ICU capacity. And again, this is on a 7-day average. San Quentin Prison, as I'm sure you've heard, is experiencing a high rate of illness. Over 1,500 inmates and staff are ill. So county hospitals throughout the state are taking these patients, and 50 are expected here in San Mateo County. We might be at that number now. As of last week, we weren't quite there, but I suspect we're there now. With the numbers continuing to increase, the governor issued new restrictions today, effective today. So no indoor dining is allowed. Bars and brew pubs must close. Wineries can be open for outdoor service only. And these restrictions are in place until further notice. And that's basically going to be until the numbers turn around and start getting better, because they're growing too quickly. Counties on the state watch list have to close further, but the San Mateo County is not on the watch list at this point in time. Staff has returned to work as of last Monday, and those who can work at City Hall are doing so, and that can work remotely from home effectively are doing that 2 days a week. We're doing that to ensure that staff can social distance as much as possible. Fortunately, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we've been able to move into a remote and virtual model of service delivery that's been working quite well, and it's been well received by the community. For now, those who come to City Hall are expected to follow established guidelines, including taking their temperature, wearing masks, and social distancing. In the meantime, all meetings are going to continue to be virtual. And we are prepared to close again if conditions require the state to change its orders and thus the county changes its orders. Some actions that have taken, we'll talk a little bit more about the Laurel Street closure, but it was revised at the request of businesses as well as the downtown subcommittee to reopen the 600 block of Laurel. It is closed just on Sundays along with the intersection of Cherry and Laurel. The 700 block continues to be closed. A-frame signage has been placed out in the area to remind restaurants and diners about the county health rules, particularly wearing of masks when in public. And our sheriff's office staff have been helping with enforcement of these rules. The weekend bike loops program seems to be well received, and we are getting good feedback about that program. Today, we kicked off session 2 of the summer camp. So we successfully finished session 1 with no incidents of COVID-19 that we're aware of. So we've moved into our second summer camp and very excited to be having that. So thanks to Parks and Recreation, that's well underway. Block party permits have also resumed under the county health order with updated guidelines. And staff continues to prepare and issue at least weekly the COVID-19 community update. We've scheduled those for Wednesday, but we did issue one today because of the new state order. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Tara, thank you very much. Crystal, did anyone from the public wish to speak?
I don't see any calls at this time.
Okay, great. Laura.
Thank you, Mayor Collins. Tara, was there any additional guidance given with respect to the size of gatherings in today's order?
No, we did not receive any additional guidance. We can take a look at that, but there was nothing new on there. I believe, Greg, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's still up to 50 individuals.
Yes, 50 is the gathering size limit.
Great. Thank you.
Still.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the report and all the hard work.
Ron, you're muted.
Mark?
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Tara. Good report as always, or I mean, a thorough report. It's a sad topic. Just a couple of quick questions. And I'm not exactly sure how you'd calibrate this, but I'll leave it up to you. I appreciate you saying that San Mateo County is not on the further restricted list at this point in time. Do we have any kind of sense of, like, are we right on the edge, or are we comfortably far away from such a thing, or what? I don't know what metric. I'm not familiar with the metric that they're using to
well, generally they'll put a county on a watch list and watch the county for a few days and see where it's going, and then make a decision whether they need to move forward or not with further closures. At this point, we haven't even made it to the watch list, so we've been very successful thus far.
Okay, good. The other thing is, it was I'm sure it was disturbing to everybody, myself included, about the way the infection rates and whatnot have climbed. I guess the only good thing there is that we're still, thankfully, way short of places like Florida and Arizona and Texas. But do you have a sense, maybe from talking to county staff, about how quickly can those numbers rise? In other words, if we have a 10% infection rate today, could it be 30% in a week? What's the potential velocity for those things?
I really would defer that kind of question to the health officer. Okay. That's pretty specific health information. I would think, my guess would be that it could go up fairly quickly, as it could go down fairly quickly. But it's really hard for us to predict at this time. But we've received no warnings that San Mateo County is in any trouble. They're watching it very closely. And we can let you know if we're hearing anything to the contrary. Greg, is there anything you'd like to add on that?
Yeah, I think the metric that they're employing is this 3 consecutive days on the county monitoring list. So we have to actually be on this list that we're not on yet for 3 days consecutively. So theoretically, if we go, even if we went 2 days, if the third day our cases went down, it starts over again. The way that's the order and guidance is worded right now. And as far as the possibility of having a quicker or more dangerous increase in the number of cases, if the public and the council might want to look at Dr. Morrow's last June 17th message that he put out, because that message, in that message, he predicted that with the loosening up of the orders and aligning us with the state, that we would see an increase in cases. And I'm recalling from his message that if we have good compliance with face masks and social distancing, that we'll know sometime in August whether we've succeeded, at least in that short-term time frame. But I don't. Beyond that, I don't think he was willing to predict what could happen. So it's a pretty serious thing, and I know that I monitor the county's page every day, and we did have a large increase Friday. I don't know because the way they're reporting it, it's hard to tell if that increase is related to the San Quentin prisoners arriving in our hospitals, but there was a big increase on Friday. And since Friday, the case numbers have gone back down to generally where they had been about a week ago. Okay.
That's actually a good lead into my sort of last question or comment / question. Like all of us, I spend a fair amount of time down on Laurel Street, both these days and historically. I would say in general, the incidence of people wearing masks has gotten better, and it's fairly good. But I will also say that every day that I'm down there, I haven't tried to keep an exact count, but I would guesstimate that probably about 40% of the people I see walking around, many of whom are young people, are not wearing masks. And yet they are obviously socializing together at close distances. So That's sort of the observation. My question is, what, if anything, is staff doing about that? I suppose broadly speaking, that's an enforcement question, but it really kind of concerns me as I watch what's happened and continues to happen in other states. It looks to me like this thing can just skyrocket under the wrong circumstances, and we don't exactly know what are the right circumstances and what are the wrong ones. So what are we doing about that?
Mark, would you like to respond to that?
I would. Good afternoon or good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. We still have the downtown services units, the deputy that walks Laurel Street up and down, both in the closed section and the open sections. And we're really reinforcing everyone we run into that aren't wearing masks. And everyone that we run into, everyone that we advise, always has a mask with them and puts it on. So we're still in the education mode. And it seems to be working. And we notice that the deputies, when I speak to them, progressively more and more people are wearing masks. But it is a learned behavior that we're strongly encouraging and advising them that it is the recommendation of the CDC and our county health doctor.
Well, I guess I appreciate, Chief, that's what folks are doing. And again, I don't have any analytical data to say it looks like it's not doing, it may not be enough, or the pace may not be enough. I guess maybe I'll keep track from now on about the number of people I see who are not wearing masks. But as I said, just anecdotally, every day I go down there, any time of the day, there's usually about 30 to 40% of the people who are not. And yet they're clearly socializing. And I'm not talking about socializing over a dinner table where it's a little difficult to wear a mask while you're eating. I'm talking about people who are just in the street or sitting around a table and clearly not eating. Your continued attention to this would be very much appreciated.
Will do.
Thank you, Mark. I just had a couple questions. Tara, if I'm a restaurant owner and I have built a lot of outdoor seating right now, and I know that outdoor dining is still permitted, should I be worried about a pending outdoor dining shutdown, or are the owners relatively safe because of this 3 consecutive day rule and not being on the watch list? I mean, in other words, if I own a restaurant, am I getting a little bit of a warning before I know that I might have to shut down my outdoor dining?
I think Greg, describing what the Dr. Morrow had said is kind of an answer to that. It's unknown. I hate for people to worry, but I would think that they need to be prepared.
Well, that's a...
Mr. Mayor, I might add that, that the guidance that was published today talks about what types of businesses would be closed if we get on a monitoring list for the 3 consecutive days. It does not include outdoor dining. Is not one of the, which it does have things, dinners, offices for non-essential sector, and personal care hair salons and malls. So things that have recently reopened could be closed. But when I look at the list, and of course this could all change if these are orders by the governor and the governor's experts. So they could add to this list. But right now, the counties that are on the monitoring list, and there's 31 of them, they do not have fitness centers and those types of sectors that I just described are now closed in those other counties. So we would expect to move to this other list.
Okay, and then as far as the mask requirements, I guess that's a state order right now that if you own a retail business and someone comes into your store, they are required to wear a mask. Do businesses have that capability?
Both the state and the county have a mask order in effect right now.
Okay. So no one really ought to be going into
the county's more specific. The county's more specific. The state one says outdoors, even indoors and outdoors, you should wear a mask when you're at risk of encountering someone. So that applies to the situation that Councilmember Olbert was talking about. People walking down Laurel Street should be wearing a mask because they could be within the 6 feet and cannot maintain safe social distancing in that environment. The state order, the county order has, it goes into more detail about workplace and other things of that nature. So the public, if they're curious, they should get both the state guidance and there's a specific on the governor's website, and then the county has these orders and statements that I mentioned from Dr. Morrow.
Thank you, Greg. Your voice broke up there a little bit, but I think I got the gist of what you were saying.
Okay.
Adam?
Thank you, Mayor Collins. And then I just wanted to clarify, Greg, because I know that Councilmember Olbert raised this as part of the sort of when you should be wearing a mask downtown and stuff. I thought if you were seated at a table eating, whether or not you're eating or not, you're not required. I mean, it may not be good practice, but you're not required to wear a mask. Is that right?
That's correct. When you're at in the outdoor dining establishment, once you're seated, you're allowed to not have the mask on. I think the situation where everybody's waiting for service, and if you're within 6 feet of somebody maybe who's passing by or something, it is a good practice, I think, to continue to wear your mask until you're eating or drinking.
Yeah, I mean, I agree it's not good practice, but I just want to clarify it's not required, but sort of maybe not right.
So one of those common sense types of things when you think you're going to be near somebody.
Through the chair.
Mark, let me have Laura ask a question and we'll come back to you.
Sure. Just was going to comment on Adam's question.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Collins. I appreciate it. So I think this is an important discussion, I think, and I do believe it's in everybody's self-interest to adhere to the safety protocols to keep themselves and others safe so that we can continue to keep the economy open. What's been brought to my attention is, while on the surface, these requirements are somewhat straightforward, i.e. wear a face mask, the actual application of it is quite complicated. And I think the questions that are being raised tonight in the discussion are evidence of that. I've noticed, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tara, but it appears to me that the staff has been communicating more messages, for example, on social media around wearing a face mask. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us or staff to think about providing the community with additional tips in terms of under what situations is it okay to not have your mask on, right? Or to get at some of this complexity that is being raised on the call this evening. Thank you.
Sure, I believe the county's put out some more guidance. So I think we've pushed out some of that, but we'd be happy to push it out some more.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mark?
Yeah, thank you, Ron. Adam, I just wanted to clarify that the scenario I was describing, which you were then asking Greg about, I was actually not talking about folks sitting there clearly either preparing to or finishing up sharing a meal. I'm talking about the fact that what's happened is when tables in front of restaurants are unoccupied, sometimes groups of people who are clearly not patrons of the restaurant are sitting there socializing.
Okay.
And in general, and again, I'm not trying to point fingers at young people because, young people are great, but they don't always have the best judgment in the world. It's pretty common to see teenagers doing that. Okay. Groups of teenagers who are clearly not patrons and clearly not doing stuff. But, what makes me concerned about it, the reason I brought it up is there seems to be some evidence that in fact is a vector for this disease. It's younger people who may not get really sick themselves. They end up spreading it amongst themselves, and then it goes someplace else. So that was the situation I was describing.
That makes sense.
Councilmember Olbert, just to ask a question about that. So we're talking about perhaps times when the restaurants aren't open or are underpopulated, and so people who are just strolling down decide to take a break and park in the parklet area?
That is correct. Or at least, I have not gone up to interrogate people as to what they're doing there. I'm surmising it from the lack of anybody being in the restaurant and the sort of nature of the groups. But that is what I think is there. And, in general, I mean, frankly, for me, if people were wearing masks and sitting in chairs and socializing, keeping 6 feet apart, that's fine. I mean, what difference does it make? Whether they're sitting down or standing up, it's the combination of being in a a group setting without wearing masks and being close to each other. That's the concern.
Okay. I don't see any other hands raised. Crystal, is there any members of the public that wanted to speak on this topic?
No, I don't see any colors.
Okay, thank you. All right, why don't we then move on to, we are, as agreed earlier, item 10A is continued. Item 10B is consideration of adopting a resolution approving the replacement of past due balances for sidewalk repairs on the county property tax bill pursuant to section 12.04.030 of the San Carlos Municipal Code. And that is Steve Machida.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Stephen Machida, Public Works Director. So I'm here to actually have a little discussion with Council in regards to replacement of past due balances on the sidewalk repairs on the county tax bill. Sorry. Crystal, can you get me back? I think I clicked one too fast. One more. Okay. So I won't kind of go too much into the municipal code itself, but the municipal code, section 12.04.020, basically assigns responsibility for the property owners to maintain and they the liability of the sidewalk areas in front of their property. The sidewalk areas include the sidewalk, curb and gutter, the driveway approach, and the planting areas along their frontage. This definition is really consistent with Chapter 22 of the California Streets and Highways Code. And furthermore, it is really consistent with all the public agencies along the peninsula and in San Carlos. And this has been the case for San Carlos for the last 50 years. Sorry. So going on to section 12.04.030, basically the municipal code allows us to actually place past due balances on the property tax bills. Basically that the process is the city clerk shall notify property owners of the intent to place these past due notice or past due bills on the county tax bills. And then the property owners may appear before council to show cause why these past due bills should not be placed on their tax bill. Additionally, the county of San Mateo charges $1.35 parcel fee for every bill that is placed on the tax bill itself. So the reason why we decided to actually have this discussion, as council is well aware, we have the sidewalk repair program. And basically what this program is really intended to do is to really help the property owners and where we, the city, helps share some of the financial burden of the sidewalk repair. The cost of the repair is equally shared with the city and the property owner. One of the advantages of actually going in this route is we typically the city can actually get competitive pricing by grouping a large number of multiple properties together and then bidding out with a single qualified contractor. And so additionally, the property owners do not need to pay the administrative costs. That is kind of absorbed by the city as part of our day-to-day things that we normally do on any type of contract that we manage itself. I'm having trouble here. So notices. All right, notices. So basically, we actually sent notices to the property owners once after the completion of the work. And then just recently, this finance department also sent out a final delay notice to all property owners on June 18th, and then let them know of this scheduled public hearing as part of that notice. The city clerk also posted the notice regarding the public hearing on July 2nd. And the final list of properties and balances are due to the county by July 31st. And any property owner that pays prior to that date will actually be removed from the list. So just a few updates I wanted to let you know is in the current list, you have 21 parcels that actually show are past due. Since that time, actually since 2 o'clock today, 4 parcels, 4 property owners actually came down. So it went from 21 to 17. And additionally, we have one property owner actually, she clarified her position. She is actually willing to pay for the work done. However, I guess there is some repair work that needs to be done. A contractor needs to finish a repair work, and like many good person who actually hires a contractor, she didn't really want to pay the contractor or pay off the bill until the work was actually completed. So basically, my staff actually spoke with her today, and what I'm suggesting or recommending to council was this is the parcel on Greenwood, is we actually move that item or that parcel off this tax roll list off this, and we will work together with the property owner such that it won't go on her tax bill, but we're very confident that she will pay for the work done as soon as the repair work is completed. So, sorry. Crystal, I'm sorry. Clicked again too fast. Could you go back to?
Which page are we trying to get to?
One more. Okay. So, I think, well, I'm sorry, finish that. So that really concludes my presentation for tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. But basically, what we're asking you to do is we have 17 parcels that have not paid their bills to actually participate in this sidewalk repair program, and what we're asking council to do is place these 17, and actually with this one lady that I'm recommending not to move forward, 16 parcels on the property tax bill. However, there's still about 2 more weeks before the end of July. They have up to the end of July to actually pay. And with this action, the City Council also is authorizing the Administrative Services Director to amend this list if someone were to come in and pay their past due balance. With that, I
think there's one more slide, I think, right? I think it's just out of order. I think
it had to do with the terms of the repayment.
Right. I think there's slide 8. There you go.
This one. Oh, okay.
It's out of order. Okay.
So basically what the county actually, so once the property or once the tax bills or the amount goes out for property tax, if there's any delinquency, in other words, if they don't pay it for the current tax bill, there's an 8% interest on any delinquent portion of the bill that's not paid. The county can make an annual installment of a minimum of $200, not to exceed 5 years. So, for instance, if an individual has a $1,000 delinquent bill, the minimum charge could be assessed $200 over the next 5 years to complete that, to pay their $1,000 bill. And as I mentioned before, the Administrative Service Director is authorized to approve any corrections to this list. So as I mentioned, we had 4 come in today, and we're recommending, those will be removed from the list. I'm also recommending the one lady off Greenwood, that parcel to be removed off the list. And then if anybody else comes between now and the end of July, that their accounts would also be removed off this last list or to be placed on the tax roll.
Crystal, were there any speakers wishing to address the council on this issue?
Yes, I do have one caller calling in. lost them. Oh, there they are. Good evening, caller. Phone number ending in 005. Thank you for joining us tonight. If you hear an echo, please lower the volume of the meeting in the background. You have 2 minutes to address the council, and at the end of the 2 minutes, you'll hear a chime to wrap up. Please state your name for the record before providing your public comment. And you are now unmuted, and you can begin. Thank you.
Good evening, council. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good evening, council. My name is Sirak Brook, S-I-R-A-K, first name, last name, B-R-O-O-K. I live in the White Oaks area. Do you need me to provide my address?
No, that would be fine. Thank you.
Okay, I'm calling on behalf of, I'm one of those, I guess, remaining 16 or 17 people who have not paid. I have a couple of questions and also declaration. This is the second time this service has been done. The first time the city did it, and I don't remember exactly what year it was, but we were asked to pay for that time, and that sidewalk service was rendered. And then subsequently to our, they may have sent notices, and we got a notice saying sidewalk service to be performed by the city, and we're like, why are we doing this again? Didn't we do this already? And we're doing this a second time around, and this time around, now I'm seeing the bill is 4x what it was before. So the question I have is, number one is, I'm not sure how the notification process went out the second time around, and also, why was it so badly done the first time? So the second time around, at least for us, it had to be 4x the cost of what it is this time around. So with that, I think this is unfair in a sense that it was improperly managed the first time around, and then the second time around, at least as far as we're concerned, it was poorly communicated, and it wasn't sure why the second go around was needed when the first one should have been sufficient. And for those of us who have to incur a 4x charge, it just doesn't seem fair that the way that this has been handled. I mean, we were told that potentially this could be the best way to have it done, but again, the bill in it itself was surprising that it came so high compared to the first one. So, with that, I end my statement. I'm just curious, do we have any recourse other than having to be forced to pay this bill, especially when we're paying this is the second time most of us are, at least I'm paying. I'm not sure if other people are paying 2 times around.
Mr. Mayor.
Sir, Mr. Machida, do you think you could work with this homeowner?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's what I was going to suggest. Let me talk to Mr. Sirak, or have myself talk to Mr. Sirak in regards to the program itself. I mean, he refers that there were 2 programs. I guess the first one, that may happen, before I arrived, but I know our focus has really been on, the last one that occurred in December. This is the first I've heard of, the situation here. He may have, I'm just not really aware of this, but let me try to work with him, and I'll contact him and see what we can do, and find out the specifics of the situation, and we'll try to work something through.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Mr. Ishida. Do you have my information, or do you need me to email
I believe I have your address, but yeah, perhaps I believe we have all your information, so we'll be in contact with you.
Okay, feel free to call. I think your admin has my phone number here, so feel free to reach me. That's my mobile number.
Perfect. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, council.
Thank you, sir. Crystal, are there any other callers?
No, there are no other callers at this time.
Okay. So let's move to questions. I'll start with Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Steve, one question I had, which relates to the work that we all got the email about this afternoon, was just whether or not you're satisfied with the overall performance of the contractor, not necessarily in that one particular case, but but just in general. I mean, mistakes can always happen, even with the best contractor in the world. But I'm just curious about what your assessment is of the program itself or the work the contractor's doing.
So our opinion of this contractor who actually had the last contract, his workmanship was actually pretty well. I mean, there are times when certain things happen. Perhaps the concrete was off, the placement was off. But in general, we thought the workmanship was correct. However, my staff has been in contact with this lady on Greenwood, the resident on Greenwood. And we are confident that she is correct. There was a problem with concrete, and so that is something that we're actually having this contractor address, and we would like to have it done very quickly, obviously, and to her satisfaction. And so there are times where we anticipate that sometimes these things do happen, and we try to correct it as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you. I'll just leave you with the thought that if we don't already do so, perhaps there might be a way as part of the material that gets circulated on the program to homeowners, property owners, that we provide some way and encourage them that if they see a problem early on, that they should report it to somebody. Because it was problems happen from time to time, regardless of how good somebody is. But the sooner you know about them, the faster it is to fix them. So I'll leave that for you to think about.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question for Stephen is on timing, and I'm just wondering what happens if a resident pays after the July 30th deadline. What if they pay in August? What happens?
Well, there is an ability, and we have actually talked to the tax people in San Mateo County. There is a ability for them to make changes. Obviously, the closer you get towards the end of July, the better. It's easier to make those changes. As you get further and further into August, it becomes more problematic because, as you probably well aware, it does take some time for them to actually identify all the parcels and then go through each details to check whether the property or the numbers are correct. However, if it's let's say the beginning part of August, there is ability for the county to actually make some revisions or revise it if need be, where they could actually pull that portion of delinquent bill out of the county tax roll. There might be a slight service charge for that, but it'd be nominal. Probably, I believe it's $25 per charge.
Okay, great. Hopefully everybody pays on time. So thank you.
Steve, I just have one question. I'm just curious. Are there sometimes homeowners that deliberately wait for the charge to appear on their top property tax rolls because it buys them a little bit of time and they still only have to write one check?
That's always the possibility. Obviously, this is a program that we want to encourage, but we also want to make sure that they opt in. So this is the program. If someone who does not wish to opt in, we move on, and they would be responsible to pay the entire cost. We generally try to make them understand that this is kind of a contract between them and us, and so we would like to kind of pay early. Otherwise, there is the effort where we do have to go through the effort of collecting on the actual. It's my understanding, however, this is kind of the second time we actually had to do that. I think we did once in 2017, I believe, and then currently.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Crystal, did we have anybody else who called in?
No, there are no other callers.
Okay, great. Thank you, Steve. That was a very good report, and we appreciate it. I believe that we need a motion on this topic.
I believe we need to close the public hearing first.
Yes, we do. And thank you, Vice Mayor Parmer Lohan. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I move to close the public hearing.
All right.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Crystal?
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parmer Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay. Public hearing is closed. Why don't we have a motion here?
I move to adopt resolution
2020-54.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos approving the placement of past due balances for sidewalk repairs on the county property tax bill pursuant to section 12.04.03 of the San Carlos Municipal Code.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Discussion. I'm not seeing any hands raised. And
Mr. Mayor, on this particular item, I'm not sure if Mr. Machida is recommending that certain properties be removed from the list because either they've paid or in the case of the one person, there's a discussions going on and perhaps even the person who called in tonight.
Greg, my understanding of this resolution is that the Administrative Services Director is authorized to approve corrections of said role when an investigation of requests for corrections indicate the charges were incorrectly computed or erroneously entered on the roll. Does that qualify for any changes made to the roster, or that's?
Well, the issue, Councilmember Parma-Lohan, the issue I'm worried about is the resolution authorizes the properties to go on the roll, and if it's the intention of the council that certain properties not go on the roll because of arrangements, the way to correct it is if somebody pays it or there's an error in calculation is the way they won't go on the roll the way it's currently worded. But if there's an intention that some of the people on the list shouldn't be on this list because of confidence that they're going to pay or an arrangement that's going to be made, we might want to clarify those.
Okay. I would like to make an addendum then to the motion so as to capture that concept.
So there's the one property, I think we can identify that and correct the reso. I think I remembered Mr. Machida saying that there were some properties that he had identified that we could at least mention for the record. I've got the list here. There was one on Greenwood, and then there was another property, perhaps the gentleman who called, Mr. Sirac, is another potential property that you do not want to authorize to be put on the roll. He had a bunch of different concerns, but the role is just to be clear, the role is to collect on money that's owed to the city. So, and typically this is how we do it. It's just a matter of whether there's exceptions that you want to make tonight.
So, Greg, may I read the role of the properties that we will not be collecting because they've already paid? Would that help? So we have. Well,
those I'm not as worried about. It's just the ones that we may be, like the one on Greenwood that you say is we're in negotiations with, and whether or not the council would like to give the same treatment to the person who called in.
Okay. So that means that there'll be two properties. There's 1369 Greenwood Avenue. That one I'm recommending that we do not include on the tax roll or Exhibit A in your packet, because that's something that we're working through, and I feel confident she will pay. And then Mr. Sirac, I believe he's at 113 Barnett Avenue, and I'll need to talk to him and understand the situation a little bit more.
All right, so moved with the two properties as identified by Public Works Director Machida.
Second.
All right, Greg, that passes muster?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Krista, would you please then call the roll?
Okay, Vice Mayor Parma-Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay, we are now going to move on to item 11A, which is a study session to discuss a potential childcare development impact fee and associated restricted fund to help build childcare facilities. And I think we're going to hear from Ashley Canette.
Yes, but probably Martin first.
Probably Martin first. All
yes. Right. Thank you very much. And good evening.
Martin.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Collins and members of the City Council. Martin Romo, Economic Development and Housing Manager. So about 10 months ago, Council received a presentation from City staff outlining several opportunities to reduce observed barriers to increasing childcare spaces within our city. And at that time, Council directed staff to further explore the strategies presented and to return with proposed changes for implementation. This evening, staff is bringing forth 3 action items for Council consideration. One is the current study session item, which I will further describe very shortly. The second is the consideration of adopting resolution to waive or reduce fees for childcare projects. And the third is a second resolution to establish an expedited approval process for childcare applications. Both of these resolutions will be discussed further in the subsequent new business portion of this agenda. But coming back to our current study session item, one strategy that was previously discussed as a possible option was that of establishing a childcare trust fund that would be funded from a newly adopted childcare development impact fee. Staff worked with our consultant, Economic and Planning Systems, or EPS, to conduct a childcare impact fee nexus study and to determine what a potential childcare fee program might look like. This evening, we are joined by Ashley Canette of EPS, who will be delivering a presentation on the results of that study. And in this study session, we will seek direction from the Council on whether such a fee program should be formally drafted as an ordinance and brought back to the Council for consideration of adoption. So with that, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Ashley. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Martin. I appreciate it. And good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. It's nice to see you all again. My name is Ashley Canette. I'm a principal with Economic and Planning Systems. And for some time now, the council's been focused on developing solutions to the shortage of childcare spaces in the city. And over the course of several meetings now, over a couple of years, one of the ideas that has emerged is a childcare facilities development impact fee. So as Martin described, the objective of tonight's study session is to share with you how such a fee might work in the city, what fee levels could be, and then to seek your direction on various policy considerations that could affect how such a fee is implemented. And now the real test to see if I can advance the slide.
You should have access to it.
All right, I'm working.
Ashley, I'll go ahead and help you proceed, but you are muted right now.
Okay. I need to figure out a better way to, just one second. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Crystal, my arrows are not working for me for some reason. But next slide.
It seems to be frozen for me as well.
Oh, it's not just me, okay.
No, let me go and try stop sharing. Try that again.
Do you want me to give it one more try myself?
No, I am not. It's not letting me do that. Let me change computers to share on another computer here. Are you seeing that okay?
Yes.
Okay, and that one's letting me progress. Okay, you're all set. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Should I try progressing it myself, or
no,
are you the only one
worries.
who can?
I can help.
Okay, thank you. So sorry about all of that, but tonight we will review the study scope and objectives and remind ourselves of the scale of the childcare shortage in the county and in the city. We'll review what development impact fees are and how they work quickly. And then we'll zoom in on the maximum child care fees that could be charged in the city and the policy considerations that need to be addressed. And then we'll close by turning things back to you to discuss and provide direction on whether we and staff should proceed with implementing a child care impact fee program and how best to address the policy questions. Next again. So when EPS was first engaged to work with the city on childcare, it was in the context of a countywide needs assessment that had been prepared. And we were asked to develop a range of both regulatory options and financing tools or funding mechanisms to expand childcare capacity in the city. And city staff proceeded with implementing a number of the regulatory options, and the preferred financing tool or funding mechanism was an impact fee to be charged to new development. So we, EPS, developed the technical work or the nexus analysis, you hear that term from time to time, that underpins a child care impact fee program, and we calculated the maximum allowable fees. And you are authorized to charge up to the maximum allowable fees, or lower than the maximum allowable fees, but not above the maximum allowable fees. To help guide your discussion about where the final fees should land, we're presenting some data points about fees charged in other cities, as well as the effect that the maximum childcare fee might have in terms of a total fee burden for certain development prototypes. And then your discussion tonight will help provide us with the direction we need to come back to you at a future meeting with the recommended fee levels. So the San Mateo County has taken a lot of leadership in this regard, and the Child Care Partnership Council commissioned a child care and early learning needs assessment that evaluated child care demand and supply in the county and each of the cities. And the study was completed in 2017, but since that time, these demand and supply numbers have been updated. Countywide, there are about 33,500 children under the age of 5 needing licensed child care, and about 23,000 spaces, resulting in a gap of about 10,500 spaces. That doesn't mean that the supply is available, or that's the number of spaces that exist, not that those child care spaces are necessarily available for new children. And next, thanks. And then citywide, there are about 1,500 children under the age of 5 needing licensed childcare and about 840 spaces, according to this study. And that results in a gap of approximately 660 spaces. And you'll note that the gap is broken down into the shortage for infant spaces versus the gap for preschooler spaces. And this distinction is important because a parent's childcare choices change as the child grows and over time as their own circumstances change. So what can the city do about this shortfall? And as a bit of an aside, it's sort of an interesting time to be thinking about all of this because those of us who find ourselves, working at home while caring for our children are more acutely aware than ever before of how critical childcare is to our economy and the functionality of our economy. Next, please. Yeah, thank you. So development impact fees are one tool that the city can consider to help expand the supply of spaces in the city. They're authorized by the Mitigation Fee Act. Importantly, they are one-time charges on new development, and they're set according to a nexus logic that really, the ask there is that we establish a reasonable relationship between new development and then the impacts of that new development. We can only use impact fee revenue to fund capital projects. They don't fund maintenance or operations. Those are just some of the criteria or the constraints around an impact fee program. Next. So what are the broader economic implications of fees? Fee revenue is used to fund investments in infrastructure to benefit the community as the community grows. We believe that having a clear fee schedule provides certainty for developers so that they can then plan around and get their financing in order around. Fees do add to the cost of new construction, and sometimes cities will choose to adopt fees below the maximum, as we discussed before, to balance the need for funding critical infrastructure against development feasibility. You can go ahead. And here I want to walk you through how we developed the maximum allowable fees. This is a dense slide, but I'll just walk through each point And if you're curious, of course, there's a lot more detail in the administrative draft Nexus study that was included as part of your packet. First, we look at the city's existing demographics and housing supply to understand how many children there are in the city per housing unit. And again, we're careful to consider the ages of the children because the choices that parents make vary depending on the age of the child. The census tracks the labor force participation of parents by the age of the child, and this helps us understand the share of households needing childcare. So, for example, if a child is living in a two-parent household and both parents are working, that child is assumed to require childcare. Similarly, a child living in a single-parent household is assumed to require childcare if that parent is working. And we do make an assumption, this is important and will come up later, but we do make an assumption in this analysis that all preschool-aged children need childcare, or preschool really, regardless of whether or not their parents are working. And that is in support of the county's universal preschool policy to promote preschool for all children. Then we need to determine how many parents who need childcare because they're working or need childcare for their children will choose a childcare center type of facility as opposed to a grandparent or a nanny share. And at this point, we will have taken the number of children we started with and reduced that number to just those children whose parents or guardians need childcare and who will choose a licensed childcare facility. And then we can evaluate that demand on a per housing unit basis. And research suggests that the average cost of a developing childcare is approximately $40,000 per space, and that is not including land acquisition. We'll come back to this point later, but it's important to remember as we move forward. We then use the persons per housing unit assumptions that are specific to the city of San Carlos, residential density really, to differentiate the cost between the types of residential land uses. So that's how we end up with a fee different for single family than multifamily, for example. Similarly, we can do the same on the non-residential side of things and differentiate the fee in a proportional manner based on employment density. And as a rule of thumb, and what you'll see in the Nexus study, is that, for every 100 employees, there's demand for about 4 childcare spaces in the county and the city. Next, Crystal, thank you. So if the city proceeds with a childcare impact fee, the natural next question is, well, what can you do with this revenue? And how can you use that revenue to expand the number of childcare spaces in the city? We have to go back to, that's what an impact fee really is about. It's a one-time capital or one-time charge to fund capital improvements that expand space, expand capacity. So the city can, with any fee revenue that's collected, the city can contribute to new childcare facilities that are located within new or existing private developments in the city to help build out that childcare space. You could provide loans or grants to small or large family childcare providers who are looking to create or expand capacity, maybe by adding onto their home or increasing the number of bathrooms or any of those sort of regulatory things that allow them to accommodate more children. You could also provide loans or grants to providers who are operating childcare centers and who are seeking to create or expand their capacity. At this point, we have not yet included land acquisition. It of course, adds to the fee level, and that's something we want to talk about later. It's not our understanding that the city would want to acquire land for new childcare facilities, but that's something that we can discuss, and we'll come back to that. So these are some of the policy considerations that we'd like you to provide us with direction on tonight. And we'll land on this slide at the end of the presentation, so you don't need to remember all of this, but I want to put it in your minds now. So first question is, does the city want to establish a childcare impact fee program? Does the city want to establish fee levels at or below the maximum justifiable fees that you'll see on the future slide, and then that are also in the Nexus study? Do you want to charge, if the answer is yes, and you want to charge childcare impact fees, do you want to charge those fees to both new residential and new commercial development, or just one or the other? Are there land use exemptions you want to consider? For example, affordable housing or ADUs. We're already not, state law says we cannot charge impact fees to ADUs under 750 square feet. So here I'm asking about ADUs that are larger than 750 square feet. And are there certain threshold sizes for new development projects, whether commercial or residential, at which the developer might have the option of meeting its obligation on site instead of paying the fee? These are some of the parameters to talk about. And then, as we've discussed, should the fees be based on childcare development costs that include land acquisition or not? And here are the fees. So these fees are, again, the maximum allowable fees that we've developed based on the Nexus analysis. Maximum fees are approximately $6,600 for a single family unit and about $4,800 for a multifamily unit. On the non-residential side, they're ranging from about $1.77 a square foot to $5.33 per square foot. Those differences are based on either residential density or employment density. The fees on the left do not include land acquisition. The fees on the right do include a land acquisition component. And so you can see what including land does to the fees across the board. So, but how do these fees fit into the larger feasibility context? And so here we've looked at two residential prototypes, a single family home and a multifamily home. And what you see are some of the existing fees that you have: your park facility development impact fee, your affordable housing in lieu fee, traffic fee, sewer, and then the hatched purple on top is the childcare fee at the maximum justified level. So on a single family unit, for example, your current fee burden is around $28,000 per unit. A child care fee of about $6,600 would bring that to close to $35,000 per unit. And on the multifamily, an additional fee or a fee of about $4,800 for child care would bring your total fee burden to about $19,000 per unit. And next, and this is the same analysis, but looking at two commercial prototypes. We've looked at an office prototype and an R&D prototype. It's really very, very similar. Currently, for an office, your fee burden is around $27 a square foot. That could increase if you were to charge the maximum fee to about $32 a square foot. And for R&D, that could increase to about $31 a square foot. The real distinction between office and R&D here, and according to your fees, is that traffic impact fee you see. Now, these are the cities. Then what we wanted to do is look at a number of other cities that charge childcare fees. So these are cities we are aware of with childcare fee programs that are charged to residential development. And they range from a low in Santa Monica of $142 a unit to high, if you will, of nearly $3,000 in San Francisco, which is assuming a 2,500 square foot home. They assess their fees a little bit differently. Not every city has a child care fee, so that's an important thing to know as you take a look at this. And information that we don't have on this slide is what the maximum fees may have been that were calculated as part of the Nexus studies done for these cities, and to what extent these have been reduced for policy reasons. But this just gives you a sense of, at least some of your neighboring cities here, San Francisco, South San Francisco, what they're doing in this regard right now. And then on the next slide, we've done the same thing for office development, just to give you a sense. And there are more cities that charge childcare impact fees to non-residential development than residential development, as you can see. We bring in a few others here with Berkeley, et cetera. And so we have a range of about $60 cents a square foot to $7 a square foot in Livermore. And so even, San Carlos at the maximum would be, in the range of some of these other jurisdictions. Next, and then so a question that often comes up is, okay, that's fine, but what does that really mean for development feasibility? And so one of the ways we can answer that is, how does the total fee burden relate to the value of new development? And so for some of our prototypes, single family, multifamily, office, and R&D, we just grabbed some median values that we're seeing in the market right now. And the light blue is your existing fee burden relative to the median value shown there. And then the darker blue is the maximum fee level, or is your total fee burden, including the maximum childcare fee relative to the median value. And I should note the difference between office and R&D. R&D is, tricky. Sometimes it's quite a lot like office. Sometimes it's a little bit more like industrial. We intentionally chose a value here that was a little bit more like an industrial type use, just to show you so that you can see really the difference effect between office and R&D. But in all cases, these percentages are there's no right answer here, but in all cases, these percentages are below the limit that we use just as industry standards about what may or may not be feasible. And with that, I'd like to turn it back to you. The next slide are the policy considerations that we went through earlier. This is just a prompt for you to have up to help you make your way through this material, but we'll take notes. I'll ask questions, follow-up questions if I have any, but we're really looking for directions so that we can put together a program that meets the city's objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashley. Very well done. Thank you, Martin, as well. We have a subcommittee on this comprised of Adam Rack and Mark Olbert, and I think I'd like to hear from Adam. Maybe you could give us some insights as to what your and Mark's thoughts are, and how you believe this presentation sort of addresses our concerns.
Sure, and I will say thank you, Mayor Collins, and Mark can jump in afterwards. I think we focused a lot of our discussion on some of the items that are in the sort of next items for us in the agenda. But I think in general, we wanted to bring this up to the full council to take a look and have consideration, given this is one of the items we talked about. I think, as we try to kind of look at this issue holistically and kind of looking at this as a fee, the current fees we charge, some of the zoning things that we talked about. And I think, a couple of things that I will just raise as kind of questions that we were wanted to understand, maybe get a little bit more better also as we looked at this, and I don't know that was met in the study, is kind of what results have come from some of the child care impact fees in some of these other communities. So I guess it's, we want, as we sort of think this through, to kind of frame that as, San Francisco or others and other Livermore have had these fees, and what has the success rate been? What has been able to been accomplished with some of that? But I think we wanted to leave it open for questions and have things go. But as I said, most of the stuff we had was sort of for the other items on the agenda around childcare. But I have other sort of questions that we have. I don't want to take questions right now versus just talking a little bit about our mindset. I don't know if Mark, if you had other things to add.
No, I think that's a good summary, Adam, and I agree that most of what you and I talked about really falls under 12A. Like you, I had some questions about the presentation itself, but those can be just dealt with in the Q&A portion.
You're muted, Ron.
Thank you, Adam. So at this point, let's check in with Crystal. Do we have any members of the public who would like to comment on this item?
I don't see any callers at this time.
Okay, all right. So then at this point, we've got a lot of things that we need to talk about. And what I'd like to, maybe Mark, you can start it off. I saw your hand raised. Well, maybe you could sort of start us off here and help us take this discussion to some sort of direction.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I just had a few questions based on listening to the presentation, which I really liked how thorough it was, by the way. one just sort of data-oriented question. The child care numbers, Ashley, that you were showing early on in your presentation, or were being shown early on in the presentation, do those take into account the impact of COVID-19 on both the numbers and sort of the nature of the child care that may be needed today as opposed to 6 months ago? I mean, I keep hearing about, I think you even alluded to it, the tremendous impact on working families of dealing with situations where their children are not in school. They're learning, doing distance learning. And that's sort of I think it seems like that's a fundamentally new type of childcare demand that we haven't had before. So I'd be interested in whether those numbers reflect that or whether that's something that's still to be figured out.
Thank you. Yes, the numbers that I showed on the screen do not reflect the recent COVID-19 circumstances. They're really based on census data, and the county pulled those together, but they're based on census data 2014 through 2018 data.
Okay, so the situation could qualitatively and quantitatively be different today then. One question I had about the fees for commercial development that we might enact to devote to childcare or be targeted to childcare. You mentioned about how, at least in some places, in lieu of paying a fee, a developer can agree to build childcare capacity as part of the project. Do municipalities have the authority, have the statutory authority to say that if they do go that route, in other words, not pay the fee, can we also require that a certain portion of the capacity of the childcare they build be made available to San Carlos residents, or is that beyond the pale of what the law allows us to do?
So if you were to enter into a development agreement with a developer who's interested in potentially providing childcare on site, that's a voluntary agreement entered into by the city and the developer. And whatever both parties agree to is permitted. I do believe it would require a development agreement. If you have an impact fee program and you're going to waive those impact fees in lieu of the developer meeting that requirement or otherwise complying in some other way, my understanding is that needs to happen through a development agreement.
So, and would I be correct in, and I know I'm asking a legal question, and perhaps Greg or somebody else could chime in, but am I to take it from your answer that absent a development agreement, just as a matter of general regulation, that we might not have the authority to do that?
I think I should not be the one to answer that. I'll leave that to the city attorney.
Councilmember Hobart, if I understand the question is the impact. I mean, if the development agreement, a lot of issues are on the table as far as negotiating an agreement for community benefits or some feature of the project that is intended to address a community need. The other side of the issue that you were asking about, I think maybe I misheard you, but it was about how to develop a program to.
Let me see if I can give a very simple example. Let's say we had a program that said, dear developer, you have to pay on your development $4 a square foot towards childcare fees into our childcare fund, or if you'd like, you could build a certain corresponding capacity of childcare within the project that you yourself are going to build. My question is, can we further refine that in lieu approach where they actually build something and say, and by the way, some proportion of the childcare capacity that you construct in your project must be made available to the public in San Carlos?
Well, I think that would be, that could be definitely handled through a development agreement. But what you're talking about is sort of an opt-out, opt-in program where, and I'd have to look to see if we could do that in it as far as an ordinance is concerned. It could be possibly built into the fee ordinance for the mitigation of the fee. And if it's roughly comparable to what the fee would be, it probably would pass muster under the Fee Mitigation Act. But if it exceeded that cost, it would definitely have to be an option for the developer. We just can't charge more than the mitigation effect through that type of an ordinance.
Okay, yeah, I would be interested before this comes back if you research that, because basically, anytime you see a new development, as the whole point of the impact fee is, it has an impact on childcare demand. But we have an existing problem as well, and I'm trying to make sure, and a problem that would grow, and I'm trying to make sure that it's some portion of it's available to benefit the community directly. The last question I had, I think, is an Ashley question. You may have answered this and I just missed it, but you did the analysis sort of two ways at the end about including land acquisition costs or not. And I guess the question I had was, why would we not want to include land acquisition? I mean, I know it makes the numbers bigger, but land acquisition is probably the single biggest barrier to the construction of anything around here. So, is there some reason why, either under law or in practice, you wouldn't want to include land acquisition costs?
Well, I think it's first and foremost about the level of fee that you are comfortable adopting. And when looking at the maximum fees that we calculated, even excluding land, if those fees, depending on how you're feeling about the level of those fees, and if including land only raises those fees, and that your intention is eventually to lower the fees anyway for policy reasons, this would be a technical way of lowering the fees. If though now, if you think about all of the ways that you might want to be spending this fee revenue, and you think it's possible that acquiring land might be one of the things you want to spend money on, then we probably should include land acquisition into the fee study so that there's good nexus between the technical assumptions that we are making as part of the fee calculation.
Okay.
So I think it's a lot about how you want to spend the fee revenue layered in with the final fee levels.
And I guess the way I tend to look at it is I want to build more I want more childcare capacity to appear. And I think land acquisition is going to be part of that. So I guess to get back to what Ron was hoping I would do with these questions, which I'm not sure I did, I'll just end by saying that for me, we're looking at a literally unprecedented wave of development coming at San Carlos, which tends to lead me to believe that we are an incredibly attractive place to be, which means that I would really like to make sure that we do as good a job as we can solving some of these or addressing some of these very serious issues like childcare, like the lack of childcare, out of this new development that's going to be coming. So I hope when this stuff comes back that we'll give serious thought to things like including the land acquisition costs in whatever fees we come up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Adam? Adam, are you there?
Just takes me a second, Ron. Unmuting and lowering hands and all kinds of things.
I know. Lots of stuff to pay attention to.
That's right. Ashley, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that. It was really thorough. And I think Mark answered one of my questions asked on the land acquisition. But can you tell me, and a couple of quick questions that might be just easy. On the childcare numbers that we have right now, do they include the preschools that the school district currently has? So that was sort of comprehensive in that. Oh, I think you're muted.
Sorry. Are you talking about the demand and supply numbers?
And the supply numbers, right? Because I think the school district has a preschool program, and I wanted to just confirm that hopefully confirm that those numbers were included, so that we have that sort of full picture.
Yeah, my recollection is that they are, but they aren't numbers that I came up with. And to be really sure, I would want to go back and double check that. But my recollection, having looked at it a couple of years ago, is that they are.
Okay, and I guess it's something if it's not updated, because I don't know if there's been some expansion at the preschools as well. And I know we're sort of in an odd time with COVID, and they're thinking about what they're doing, but that would be helpful to have for data. My next question is, and this may be for Greg too, on, with the impact fees, and, I kind of see like with the commercial linkage fee we have for affordable housing, it's a very specific to sort of affordable housing, to sort of housing and for specific needs, where this is sort of more broad in terms of just childcare, needs for childcare in general. But can we require, like, if we're using some fees for third-party construction or expansion, that I guess it can only be used for construction, so it doesn't address any issues with sort of low and moderate income families being able to afford childcare in the communities, only dealing with the construction piece or the growth of numbers, basically, of the facilities. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I read in that report. That there's definitely some limitations on what we could use the funds for, unless it's through a development agreement, as was stated earlier. And we might be, again, I'll have to look at that question of whether or not there's a way to build in a voluntary program that a developer might voluntarily divert the funds that would have otherwise gone into development into some other program.
Okay. Yeah, it just concerns me a little bit that we're sort of not. I think there's a portion of the population that this is not addressing, and so that just just something for me to I think we should think about. And then sort of last two questions quickly. Have you found that on the residential side, or maybe you can explain a little bit more on the nexus for a childcare fee, and that if someone's just remodeling their house, right, on that end, they may not be adding any bedrooms, anything else, and then we're sort of adding a fee. They're not really impacting the. And I would even argue if they're adding a bedroom, they're probably maybe not adding fees if they're sort of a resident doing it versus a real estate developer, home developer. Is that have you had challenges with trying to find nexus around the residential piece?
No, I would say that the best way to think about this is a fee that's charged to new construction. So any sort of remodel or, addition that doesn't really fundamentally change the density of that home would not be, this fee would not apply to that type of a building permit application, for example. But I think the nexus is there as there is new residential development. In the city of San Carlos, you're bringing families into the community, some of whom will need childcare.
Sure. Okay, that's helpful. That it's on new versus a remodel. So that clarifies for me. And then can you? And I sort of asked this earlier. Can you just highlight on? I'd love to understand kind of some data points of the success of childcare impact fees in in other communities, because we're talking about I try to understand, like, is this doing this and adding these fees? Does this actually make a dent? Does it actually make an impact? Is it actually move the ball forward? And I don't know that I saw that in the presentation, but I'd love to get some data on that. Would be helpful.
Yeah, so part of your packet included an implementation memo, and in that memo, there is an appendix that looks at all of these cities that have childcare fees, and over to the right is sort of a column of what those cities are doing with their fee revenue, and it really runs the gamut. It's sounding like what would be useful to you is sort of like how many childcare spaces have they created, but they're spending the money in a variety of ways.
That's right. Yeah, I looked at. I'm now trying to look and see. I see. Yeah. Okay. I remember reading that stuff. I didn't see the sort of how many spaces are created. Is I guess is what I'm looking at. Like, yes, this meant that they were able to close the gap by 40% or 20%, or that they had or created 500 new spaces in Berkeley or whatever the case may be.
Right. That metric is not readily available. We could follow up with some of these jurisdictions and see if they are tracking that number. The work we did was a little bit more focused on the types of expenditures that they're making.
No, I appreciate that. I just think for me it'd be helpful to have some data around, yes, this does it does close the gap. It does make a difference. It is actually, creating new spots. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Laura?
Thank you, Mayor Collins. I appreciate it. Ashley, that was a really great presentation. Thank you. And thank you to Martin for working on this as well. So, as the conversation is unfolding, some things are running through my mind. And one is, I think, getting at a little bit about what, Adam, you were just talking about, and that is, when I read through this packet, what I was thinking about is, what is it we're trying to accomplish, right? Because creating access or increasing access for childcare is a very broad topic. I think you referenced that earlier. And my understanding is that there's a lot of different models that are being deployed in different cities, even here in San Mateo County. And for example, some are actually running daycare centers, and some are running daycare centers and collecting impact fees. So, to that extent, I think it would be interesting to have, a clearer picture and understanding of, are the cities taking ownership of and actually operating childcare centers, or are they clearing a path for operators who are interested? Because in San Carlos, I see we have a number of issues. Mark, you talked about the land acquisition. When we met on this last time, Martin really cogently pointed out that there's very limited footprint within the city to have any kind of commercial daycare. Despite that, there's 20 requests per year on average that come through. So it definitely seems like the demand is there. So I think I'm thinking about, two things. One, understanding why there is such a range of impact fees across the different municipalities. And then what specifically are they doing with them? And then how are those programs, adding additional capacity? Because I'm looking at this problem as a kind of what can we do in the short term, medium, and longer term. I think we've had this discussion in the past. So at this point, can you provide any specific color on why we're seeing, for example, a fraction of a dollar on a warehouse in South San Francisco, and then another smaller amount for the hotel there? But then, for example, San Mateo is a flat fee of $1.08 per square foot.
There's so much that could potentially be contributing to those variations, and so for example, it would be appropriate to sort of think about each of those cities' programs and figure out when they were adopted. And so, therefore what costs are underpinning their nexus analysis. That would be one thing that I don't have at the ready, but we could figure out when their nexus studies were last completed. And then I also mentioned, we don't know what the maximum fees were that the nexus studies came up with versus where the fees landed for policy reasons. So that is additional analysis that we could consider if there's interest there. But there's so many things that could potentially be accounting for that variation. I can't say for certain across the board.
All right, super complicated.
We can provide. I think we could shed some light on it, but it's going to be nuanced for sure.
Understood. And I think what I'm thinking about is, again, what are our objectives here in the short, medium, and long term, and what barriers do we have to clear out of the way in order for us to accomplish the goal? Thank you so much.
Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor. I have two questions that kind of build on what was raised by my colleagues. The first is, if we were to include land acquisition costs, does that necessarily commit the city to opening childcare facilities? If we're collecting fees to potentially purchase land, does that mean that we then have to go out and buy the land and build the facilities and operate them ourselves?
No, but it gives you the flexibility to use the fees in those ways. I think if you knew right now that you did not want to use the fee revenue to acquire land, we wouldn't want to include it. That wouldn't be good nexus logic. We wouldn't feel good about that justification, that linkage. But if you think there's a chance that you might want to use the fee revenue to acquire land for childcare facilities, then it would be very, very much it would be appropriate to include that into the fee program and would give you that added flexibility about how to spend the revenue.
Okay, thank you. I think I'd be looking to staff for a little more information on going down that path. And then another question. So using the money that is collected in the trust fund could go to new childcare facilities or expanding capacity at existing facilities. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding we could not use the money to give grants to existing child carers who might be struggling. They would have to actually be expanding their capacity to receive some type of assistance. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I guess I'll just leave with 2 comments about, actually I wanted to thank staff and I wanted to thank the subcommittee members too for bringing this up tonight. I'm thrilled that we're discussing this, and I wanted to thank everybody for the hard work. And Ashley, it's a great presentation. For large development projects, I think as we've talked about big projects coming to the east side, I would really like to incentivize the facilities actually getting built. So in my mind, I would think that the impact fees would need to be high enough so that when a developer is weighing the options, that the scales don't tip too easily to just writing the check. So that's kind of what I'm grappling with tonight on where we would fall with those fees. And then the question between commercial and residential, I think I'd be more inclined to charge the fees on commercial. I'm a little concerned about charging fees on residential just because I feel like those families are probably the ones that are going to go out and be daycare, childcare consumers. So I feel like that might be hitting them twice. So I just wanted to bring up that concern as well to my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. I was actually going to bring up that point too. I was a little concerned about what we're charging residential projects versus commercial. So I'm glad you brought that up. Mark, back to you.
Yes, and Ron, I'll try and project better. Can you hear me better?
A little bit, yeah. I don't know if it's me or what, but I was having difficulty hearing you.
Well, that's okay. I will try and speak a little louder, and I'll try and adjust the gain on the microphone when I have a second.
That's much better.
The conversation that some of my colleagues are having sparked just a handful of additional questions. Can we use childcare fees if we were to impose them on new development? Can we use them to encourage the creation of more capacity, but not necessarily by building stuff ourselves? So, for example, there's this state override where basically they allow many single-family homes, if they meet various qualifications, to basically become small child care facilities. I think up to 14 children. Those types of things often require some modifications to structures. Can the money be used for things like that? Or even though we're not like building a particular child care facility, but we are expanding child care capacity?
Yes, either through a grant or a loan program, depending on how the program is crafted. Okay,
so we can do that. That's good to know. Let's see. I'm sure I understand my own note here. There's just that one too. What Sarah was touching on in her comments, she very correctly pointed out, I think about a year ago when we were talking about essential housing fees, that we tend to collect the money, and what we really want to do is actually have people build things rather than have us build things. So is it possible for us, this may be a great question, is this possible for us to structure it so that, like we did with affordable housing, we simply don't allow developments over a certain size to pay an in lieu fee, to pay it out in cash, that they have to actually build something when it comes to childcare, I mean?
So maybe I'll start, and the city attorney can help me out if need be. What we've presented tonight is an impact fee, and the impact, depending on whether you decide to charge it to residential or non-residential, all new development would be required to pay that fee. The way to get out of that fee, I don't really want to use that language, would be through a development agreement, and presumably you would be negotiating something else in return of, equal value or that's amenable to both parties. What you are describing, Councilmember Olbert, is a little bit more like an on-site requirement, a program that starts as an on-site requirement, and then you provide an in lieu fee option for a developer that chooses not to comply with the requirement on site. And that's not under the Mitigation Fee Act. It's a different type of program. We've talked a little bit about this with staff, and in the past requires looking at your general plan and various zoning areas to make sure the developer can build the childcare facility in that location, so that there really is a choice. So the developer really does have a choice between complying with the requirement on site and paying a fee.
Just to be clear, and I appreciate you explaining that basically childcare may be governed by a different set of laws than governs affordable housing. But in affordable housing, we actually did set a situation where we basically don't allow people to pay the in lieu fee. They basically have to build something or dedicate a certain number of units to affordable housing. And I was struggling to see, can we do something comparable with childcare? Because ultimately what we want to have happen is increase childcare capacity. We don't want to actually have a bunch of money sitting in the bank.
Right. I think if we were to do that, we would restructure the program so that we're looking first at an on-site program and then an in lieu fee option. But that wouldn't be an impact fee program.
Yeah, that Councilmember, but that might be more like, well, it would require some research just to figure out exactly how we would try to accomplish that goal. But it sounds like potentially an exaction analysis as opposed to a mitigation fee analysis. So we would want to look at that it's the law is similar on it, but it's sort of you're requiring them to do something and it costs money, and we have to analyze whether or not there's whether or not it's there is an excess still, and whether or not there's proportionality to the development. It's a similar analysis to some offsite improvements that we might require for traffic and other types of things. We're actually requiring them to build something, but it can't be more than the impact of the project. So we would have, each project would have its own unique set of circumstances, rather than what we're doing here, which is analyzing statistically the impact of development has on the need for childcare.
Well, let me just sort of leave you with the following thought, and I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not trying to speak for anybody else. My colleagues can chime in for or against this if they like. Just like Adam was saying, that one of the dimensions we really have to figure out how to address here, and I think Laura said this too, is making sure that there's childcare available for as broad a cross-section of people who need it as possible. Okay, that's sort of a determinant. It has nothing to do with numbers, but it has a lot to do with how we may generate the numbers and design the program. And I'm proposing that, based on what I heard Sarah remind me about, is fundamentally, to me, I don't care how great the system is if what it does is it ends up leaving a bunch of money in our bank accounts and someday we build childcare capacity. I have a bias towards, I'm not opposed to that, but I have a bias towards stuff getting built. And the best people in the world for building things are developers. And so I would say, for me, try and find some way that we can rig it like we did where we tweaked the affordable housing stuff, and we basically said, no, those units have to be built. You can't pay the fee in lieu. That to me would be something I'd want to consider.
Yeah, I think that's related to, I appreciate that direction. It's related to one of the policy considerations we raised. Is there a project threshold size at which you want to make it an option to provide the childcare or build the childcare on site in an in-kind sort of way?
Or maybe actually to invert that, it'd be like it's required, but for things below a certain size, you can pay the cash instead. That might make more sense. So.
Mr. Mayor, Al Savay, Community Development Director. Mr. Mayor, may I add something to the conversation?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. One of the things that I to bring up is that for the large projects on the east side, what we do is a financial feasibility analysis. And most of these developers are going to be asking for additional height or square footage or something of the city that allows the city council to have more discretion for what they get. And when we do this financial feasibility analysis, we determine the cost of construction and then how much value that extra is that the council is going to give. So essentially, from a community benefit standpoint, there's like a margin that you will have to work with, and we can actually dollar value of that, of the value of what you're giving the developer, and from that pot essentially that we identify, you can identify whatever community benefits you want to negotiate, and that would include asking them to construct a child care facility inside their development. And so that's more of a policy direction, and that would be through the agreement, as was discussed earlier. And so that doesn't necessarily need to be in a fee program. You could just prioritize it as a policy and tell developers that that's something you're interested in, and then negotiate out of that pot of money that is generated by their ask. So I hope that kind of clarified something a little different than what you were talking about.
Thank you, Al. Just a quick question along those lines. Are there cities that ask developers to build childcare as part of their project? That ask commercial developers to build childcare part of their project. Does that happen in San Mateo County cities or others that you've looked at? Or maybe that question is for Ashley as well.
I think there may be some examples. I've looked at some of the community benefits in other cities, and there may actually be some examples in San Mateo County, but off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly where they were. But in the state, there's a likelihood that there is a child care facility that was built at the request of the city or as part of the community benefit package. And that's something that we can look at, certainly.
Okay. All right. Ashley, anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, about a community benefits program and prioritizing certain types of community benefits that the developer, might select from as they're asking for more from the city. That can happen, formally through a community benefits program, more informally on a case-by-case basis through a development agreement. What an impact fee program gets you, if you will, is a requirement that all new development contribute and can become a starting point for development agreements or negotiations about community benefits. But it's clear that it's a requirement of all new development, which starts that discussion with developers.
So something that we should keep in mind. Okay. Laura. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. No worries. It's a very interesting and much needed conversation. I appreciate it. So one of the nuances, so a couple of examples that were given were around kind of exacting the project to the creation of, the need in the community. So affordable housing and, traffic impacts. There is a complexity and a nuance here with the childcare that I think is important for us to consider. And that is in the case of traffic impacts where there's improvements to roadways and the like, or additional parking, there's no day-to-day ongoing person that needs to preside over that parking spot. In the case of affordable housing, it's usually the developer who's going to be renting that out or selling that unit, and a family or individuals move in and they assume responsibility. When it comes to childcare, it does require another layer or another stakeholder to come in and operate that particular facility. So again, the way that I'm thinking about this, and if I just run the math really quickly, if we were to take San Mateo's $1 per square foot charge to new development and apply that to what's coming on the east side of 4 million square feet, that's effectively, $4 million that could go towards the creation of childcare within an existing facility, right? Or expand that facility. And so in my mind, I think it's important for us to think about, or for my opinion, is that how do we get something quick? Because when we emerge from this economy, I think everybody recognizes that childcare is a foundation to our economy and families depend on it. And in my work situation, there are people who cannot come back to work, even though we are allowing people back on site because they don't have childcare, right? And I think the magnitude of the need is unknown at this point. I think, Ashley, you pointed that out a couple of times. So I'm thinking that, you know, we have a roadblock in terms of the fact that to create a large-scale commercial site for childcare, it requires 100 square feet approximately per child, 35 square feet indoors and 75 square feet out of doors. When I look again at our current zoning, we don't have that opportunity right now in that footprint in a meaningful way. But there are, and so I guess what I'm getting at is you know, the people who are coming forward, I'm assuming that they're likely in-home childcare providers. And if that's the case, to create a trust fund where we can help them offset the cost of starting up their and kind of removal of the fees could be a way for us to accelerate the increase in capacity of child care while we're making some other structural changes to our zoning and that type of thing further down the road that are more longer term. So I see you nodding, Ashley and Martin, and I'd love to get your take on what I'm saying here.
I think that you have existing small and large family home care providers in the city. There are a lot of requirements about the spaces and limits because of those requirements on how many children can be accommodated in those spaces. Sometimes the limits are about staffing, but sometimes it's about things like you need a certain number of, small toilets for preschoolers, or, a certain number of exits, or those sorts of things. And home care providers may not have the capital to make those investments that would allow them to accommodate more children. And so, one of the ideas behind how you could use this fee revenue, and to, your collective point about what can you do now versus midterm versus longer term, having revenue available for loans or grants for those in-home providers is something that can make probably an immediate difference. I don't know how many home care providers there are in the city that are, have the capacity to expand, but for this loan or a grant. But it seems like a very near-term solution to expanding spaces in the city.
Okay.
I think Martin was going to add. Martin, were you going to add something?
I did just want to add that,
sorry, Martin.
No problem at all. Thank you, Mayor Collins. I did just want to add anecdotally, we have heard from some of the in-home operators, previously it was difficult. You had certain permit requirements that you needed to do to expand from small to large in-home operation. That's no longer required, but we have heard from, at least in one case, where someone would like to expand and they weren't able to because of, a capital issue. And so there's at least one case where that might have made the difference. And as an aside as well, beyond what we're presenting this evening, both in this item and the subsequent item, we will be coming back later this year, or at least we plan to later this year, to also bring forth kind of a marketing workbook that we want to put together to help households that may be interested in figuring out how to become an in-home operator and figuring out how to navigate through all the new changes in state law. So that is something that we're working on. And then also working on a specific website within our city website that would also help new operators that want to get into, the opportunity of providing these services. So having a grant program or a loan program that would help to create new in-home facilities would be something that I think generally would certainly have an immediate or, a lot closer, a lot faster impact on this issue that we're seeing.
Okay. Thank you. Adam, before we get to you, I just want to check in with Crystal. Have we had any callers on this item, Crystal?
No, I don't see any calls coming in.
Okay. Adam, go ahead.
All right. See, I was unmuted already. I lowered my hand, Ron. I was ready to go.
Sorry.
I just had two comments and two questions, and then like a quick comment. I guess I would just sort of reiterate my sort of support for what Council Member McDowell and Olbert said about the wanting to get facilities built at the commercial side. If we can do things like that and sort of maybe flip the nexus potentially might be interesting if we're trying to push more the getting stuff built versus getting the fees, which I understand where I hadn't seen the connection on maybe the smaller facilities that the Vice Mayor mentioned, so I think that's a good option, which would argue for some fees. But I think if I understand it, we can set some, can the fee be, we can structure the fee differently. So maybe we said something that anything over a 500,000 square foot project would get the maximum fee, for example, which might mean that it's cheaper for a developer to build childcare versus pay the fee. Is that something that could be an option if we sort of said these larger projects?
That's a good question. You are allowed to charge up to the maximum fee, and you are kind of working through the logic. You are allowed to, offer exemptions, for example, for certain land use categories. It may be that the logic, I'd like the city attorney to weigh in. It may be that the logic follows that so long as you're not ever charging more than the maximum, you can make various threshold breaks. I haven't seen that in any of the childcare fee programs that I've evaluated. Doesn't mean we can't do it, but I need to look into it further.
We can't charge more than the impact of the development based upon the Nexus study. So I think what's being said is you can charge the maximum fee, whatever up to what the Nexus study is showing for the larger projects, and then you could have exemptions for smaller projects that as well for policy reasons, but you can't charge more. You can't allocate all the cost of the Nexus or from the Nexus study to larger projects.
Okay, I think I understand where you're going with that, Greg. But so you couldn't say for anything, we're going to exempt anything 0 to 100,000. From 100 to 300,000, we charge $1 a square foot, and when it gets to bigger than 500,000 square feet project, we're going to charge the maximum that we're allowed to.
You could do that. It's just you're overall you're not collecting as much fee. You're just charging less for certain types of projects. You just can't go over whatever that maximum is for whatever development category or size.
Okay, no, that makes sense. I just more thinking about if that was a forcing function to get people to build versus pay the fee, if the costs were, if the balance tipped around that. And then I guess my last comment, and I guess, I don't know, Mayor, if we're sort of making any comments or we're still just doing questions. I don't want to be out of line on this one.
Well, no, go ahead. I think obviously staff's looking for some direction here on what to do next. So.
I just want a little bit of direction. I think for me, I don't know that I'm ready to, I think it's a complicated issue to find the right balance of a fee structure around this to make it so we're not, you don't want to make the fee too high that it's impacting the potential for growth and development on both the housing or the commercial side to come in, but yet we're trying to find the right number around this. I appreciate having that maximum. And so I think to me, there's sort of some more work that needs to happen around that. And I'm just not, I'd love to get that data that we talked about to sort of convince me maybe that, this is the right way to go versus some other policy options that we have. So I think for me, I just need a little more of that work. Not to say I can't get there. I just would like to have a little more data around it.
Excuse me. Yeah, I was also wondering whether or not any of this incorporates like a sliding fee schedule or a graduated fee schedule based on square footage. Is that kind of where you were going, Adam? I think you were saying over a certain threshold, and I'm thinking, if you have this much square footage, you're going to pay this, and this much you're going to pay more, and so forth.
That's right, and I would just add to it. I'm more interested in the commercial side than the residential side on this in terms of structure.
Agreed. Laura, you had an additional comment or question?
Could we go to the slide that had the policy questions on it? I think just generally speaking, I think what I'm saying is I'm kind of a mindset of trying to understand where are we going with this, right? And how is it we're going to incent the creation of additional childcare? And I think I'm still needing, I think, a little bit more information. But to answer these questions at the moment, I would say that I think it is important for us to think about establishing an impact fee program. I would imagine that just if we kind of look at where the economy is going and how San Carlos is poised, the highest levels don't seem quite right to me. So I would just say, below the maximum level of justifiable fees. I would favor it being focused on commercial development because those are the organizations that are bringing in the jobs and potentially have the space to ultimately build it. Right now, from what I understand, where all the development's happening, they can't have childcare over there. So that's an issue that I think we need to work through. The threshold sizes for new development projects that get assessed this, I think, is an interesting one to look at. I would favor those developments that are on the east side that are more commercial in nature, the R&D, office space. And the land acquisition piece, I think, is the part that I'm getting tripped up on just because, again, there's this additional layer of complexity with childcare that I described earlier. And I think having some understanding of what some of the other municipalities have done with their programs. So did they end up having to run the childcare, or did the market forces work out and, operators were found and children are housed during the day while their parents are at work would be something I'd be curious to understand before I commit to that. So hopefully that's helpful to you.
Yeah, I guess what we need to do now is maybe give a little bit more direction as to what we'd like to see happen next. One of the things I heard was less emphasis on residential, more on commercial. I also heard finding out what other cities are doing. So those are a couple things. Does anybody want to add a little bit to that and help us guide staff as to what we want to see from them next?
I think some suggested levels of potential fees. Like I said, I'm not totally there on the impact fee yet, but I'd love to understand kind of what we're looking at and how much it might raise and what we could do with that.
Okay. Fee levels. Anybody else?
I think there are two things that have come up before, one of which is however we end up incentivizing capacity, let's keep in mind we're trying to incentivize capacity for a broad array of consumers, not just for the people who make the most money in town. And separately from that, I think what we're also trying to do is to make sure that as much stuff as possible gets built as quickly as possible. However that boils down. That was my whole debate about keying off of what Sarah had said. Personally, I'm much more interested in things that make it difficult or impossible to pay in a lieu fee, and instead make sure that for decent sized projects stuff gets built. Because that's the name of the game.
Okay, so you're talking about ways to expedite construction and also to structure the policy so that it's harder for developers to just get out of it by writing a check.
Correct, because otherwise what will happen is what happened with our affordable housing program, where we had millions and millions of dollars sitting in it for years and no affordable housing getting built. And I'm not blaming staff for that, by the way. I'm just saying that's what happens when you have money instead of work.
True, and we ended up evolving to where we are now with that, and that's a lesson learned for this topic as well.
Right.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'll just chime in that I think I agree with Mark, and I think Laura had an interesting take on it as well of using the fees to incentivize family daycare operators to help them expand in a more immediate way to address this issue too. So I think that there's several ways to come to the desired outcome.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sarah. Have we given enough direction to staff to maybe move this to the next level?
I think so. I thank you very much. I think we got a lot of good information from you, a lot of good ideas, and we will do all of the research required and get back to you.
Great, wonderful. All right, any final comments before we move on to the next topic? Before I do that, though, I just want to check in once more with Crystal. Do we have any callers, Crystal?
No, there were no callers. Thank you.
Okay, and I thought I heard another council member wanted to add something else.
Yes.
Huh?
Through the chair, actually not about this. I just wanted to ask if we could continue our habit as we've had for the last few meetings and perhaps have a 5-minute break.
Oh, I was gonna, thank you for reminding me of that. Why don't we take a 5-minute break right now? Let's come back at 9:45.
Thank you, sir.
Can we resume?
Yes, we're ready. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome back. We are now going to move on to item 12A, consideration of adopting one, a resolution reducing or waiving planning and/or building permit fees for new commercial childcare facilities, and 2, a resolution authorizing the implementation of specific immediate actions to expedite the commercial childcare application approval process. And with that, Andrea, you want to take over?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Collins and council members. Andrea Martisich, Principal Planner. This evening, we'll be discussing some options for council consideration to help address barriers to the addition of childcare within the city. I'll be presenting the first portion of this presentation, followed by Sujudi Raman, Management Analyst, and then I will return with a request for some direction on possible zoning ordinance changes. Okay, Crystal, I think I need you to do it.
Okay. Is it acting up again?
Yeah.
It's acting up for me too. Okay, I'm going to stop screen share and open it on my other computer here. Okay, how's this? No, it works on this one.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so some background information. Back in October of 2019, staff presented to council on long and short-term strategies to reduce the barriers for new childcare facilities. In February of this year, staff met with the childcare subcommittee to review some of the proposed strategies associated with childcare fee reductions and waivers, as well as options to expedite the application approval process. This evening, we're going to be talking about 2 of the short-term strategies that we had previously discussed as part of this subcommittee meeting. Next slide, please. The first strategy we'll be discussing is a reduction or waiver of city fees for commercial childcare, which could result in waiving some of the fees, all of them, or none of them, so no action. The second strategy includes some immediate actions that staff can take to expedite review of commercial childcare centers, as well as the opportunity to receive direction from council, again, on the possible zoning ordinance changes. Next slide, please. In order to provide a better framework for which fees are currently charged, we provided costs for the last commercial child care center that was approved by the city from last year. So these fees do reflect last year's fees, but are, give an idea of the average cost. This particular center was 4,000 square feet with approximately 8 staff. A minor use permit was required for their zoning review. And with the permitting fees for building totaled approximately $24,000 paid to the city. Staff also included the traffic impact fee on this list, although the applicant did not pay this. As you recall, council waived this fee for childcare uses. However, we did want to include it to highlight the significant fee that's already been waived by council. On the lower portion are the tenant improvement costs for this site. When we first did this, we did estimate the costs with the help of our various departments, and they are outlined below. However, we did have an opportunity to speak with the applicant to get a better idea of the costs and what was involved in them. And he had pointed out that our costs didn't include things like design work for the building or design work for the fire sprinklers, fire lines, things like that. So I actually have some updated numbers based on his specific costs. So the hydrant costs, which include things like the hydrant, the piping, design, all of that, was actually closer to $80,000. The sprinkler cost was closer to $52,000, and a lot of that was the design cost. And then the fire alarm costs, again, were higher at $15,000. So total cost, not including any city fees, for this particular project was about $320,000. One thing to note, though, that's pretty important is this particular project and the proposal triggered specific fire sprinkler requirements. That then triggered a distance requirement from the fire hydrant. So not all childcare centers would trigger the fire hydrant requirement, which is a pretty significant cost. So that was specific to this case. And again, it's a fire requirement. So as they review any tenant improvement plans, they would determine whether the proposal is meeting the correct fire standards or not. However, without the cost of the hydrant, there are still the sprinkler, alarm, and just the general construction costs. Next slide, please. So in terms of the reductions and or waivers, again, there's the 3 different options of either reducing or waiving one or more, all of them or none of them. However, we also wanted to bring up the option of whether this should, if you decide to reduce or waive any of the fees, should this apply in only certain instances? So for example, would council be interested in waiving the fees if a child care center provided a certain number of spaces to lower income households, or guaranteed a certain number of spaces to residents or employees who worked in San Carlos, or some other criteria that the council found important? If that's the case, then staff would return with a program based on council's direction of how that would apply. And also whether that waiver program would be temporary or permanent, or be based on some other criteria that it would phase out at some point. So for the next section, which is the expediting the application, so Judy Roman will present this.
So in addition to the fees, the lengthy application processes associated with the commercial childcare facilities can be a major barrier. As shown on the chart, it takes approximately 30 days for staff to review, 14 to 21 days for the second review, about 28 days for the public hearing, 10 days for the appeal period, and approximately 1 to 3 months for review by the other departments, for a total processing time of 4 to 6 months at a minimum. Next slide, please. There are several options available to expedite the application process. Options to consider that would take place prior to the application submittal include designating a specific planner as a child care specialist, creating a submittal checklist to streamline interdepartmental review, developing standard conditions of approval to reduce review time, determine what can be deferred to building permit submittal. Next slide. connecting with the Child Care Law Center for best practices, developing a robust city webpage with childcare information, developing a FAQ list, hosting information nights for potential applicants, and establishing an internal policy limiting review to 2 weeks. Some of these actions will also help the in-home daycare centers. Andrea will now discuss the actions that can be taken to modify the zoning ordinance for commercial childcare centers.
Sorry about that. As the last part of this presentation, staff would like to ask for direction on the following option for zoning ordinance changes. I did want to point out that these are, as Martin mentioned, sort of the more near-term changes we're asking for direction on. In the future, we are planning on coming back with possibly, more long-term zoning code and more significant changes. So for these changes, if council does direct any of these changes, staff would prepare some proposed language, return to the Planning Commission and council for action. The first option is to remove the requirement for a minor use permit for commercial child care centers and allow it as a permitted use in the districts where it's already allowed conditionally. So not create new districts, but the ones where it is a minor use permit, allow that to be a use that is permitted outright. However, with this option, the city would lose some of its ability to condition the centers with the conditions of approval. So it would be very important to update the San Carlos Municipal Code, Section 1823, which identifies specific requirements that child care facilities have to meet. As part of that, we could also look at that section to see if there's any barriers within there or any requirements that are creating barriers to child cares coming into the city. And then finally, staff would also need to modify any regulations and/or standards that are in conflict with state law with regards to small and large family child care homes. And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you, and we're available for any questions.
All right, thank you, ladies. Crystal, do we have any speakers for this so far?
No, there aren't any callers at this moment.
All right. Adam, you want to start it off?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you, Mayor Collins. To Andrea and to Judy, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it and all the work around this. I had just one clarifying question. I had a couple thoughts and just questions. I had understood that when we had waived that fee for the parking impact fee, that it was a one-time for that particular project and that we were going to revisit it as part of this overall discussion around fees. So is there a way to confirm that or check on that? Because I'm not opposed to waiving the fee on an ongoing basis, but I also wanted to sort of take them en masse. And so that's sort of a question because I had recalled that differently.
Sure. So the traffic impact fee looks like it was adopted for all child care centers that serve the public. So it would not apply to something like an employer child care that only provides services to its employees. However, it looks like it is codified as I think ordinance 1551. And maybe Greg can correct me if I've spoken.
That's correct. And I think that the way the ordinance was presented and proposed was there was an overlay of this one application that had the large impact fee that was being imposed. And so what the council did was by resolution agreed to defer that fee until the building permit issuance, because that was several months away. And then during that time, the ordinance change took effect. So it operated as a waiver of the fee for that one development. But we did do an ordinance change to apply it to all future daycares. And then that one, because of the council's deferral of the fee, it ended up benefiting from the ordinance change.
Okay, I think I understand that. Okay, so I guess from my perspective, I feel pretty strongly about if I'm comfortable kind of doing the fee waiver structure. I would have liked to included the parking impact fee in that because I think it's a bigger set of numbers to kind of work with, and then in turn require that some of the things that are suggested in there for spots for low-income families or San Carlos families, and I would actually like to see those fees waived more, be like a loan versus a fee waiver, where those fees can now be, give a 5-year period that certain discounts might have to be given to low-income families to have spots. So we're not we're waiving the fees, but we're also, there's a community benefit around this as well versus just waiving fees. And I think that's why I like the number of the traffic impact fee, because now we're sort of can help more families as part of this versus that smaller fee number. And then I guess as part of that, I guess I'd be concerned if we're, on the zoning changes, I'm supportive of some zoning changes, but if we looked at sort of your A version with the conditional use fee, then we can basically that fee goes away, and it takes away our ability to potentially leverage it for low-income families or for San Carlos families. And so I'm a little concerned about that particular item because of, we have less to give then and less of a community benefit. But I guess I had more comments than questions, Mayor. Sorry.
Quite all right. This is again, we're trying to come to some sort of a consensus. So, Laura.
Great, thank you, Mayor Collins. So I don't know if Martin's still on the line or not, but I had a question for him with respect to the zoning piece of this. So the last presentation that we had was, he showed us a map of San Carlos, and the footprint for commercial childcare was actually quite small. So what I'm trying to understand is if we move tonight to adopt these suggested changes, to what extent does that footprint increase, and what parts of the city is that impacting?
Hi there. So I believe that we wouldn't be amending the land use classifications that are permitted in the general plan at this time. I don't think that this resolution would actually be able to, for example, permit commercial child care centers in the industrial district on the east side where they're currently prohibited. But that is something that, with the current general plan amendment study that's going on, as aside from this particular item, but that is the ongoing general plan amendment, that is something that can be reviewed as part of kind of longer term horizon for figuring out strategies for childcare, but that would not be something that's impacted with tonight's action.
Okay, so this action would pertain to what part of San Carlos and what type of childcare?
So I'll go ahead and answer that. So this action would pertain to only commercial daycare centers, so none of the in-home, as they're permitted by right through the state. And it would basically change the zoning within the mixed use districts. So El Camino, Laurel Street, RM59, San Carlos Avenue area, and basically allow the uses to come in by right without having to go through a public hearing process. But it would not create any new zones or any areas where daycare centers would be allowed where they're not now. It just would take away the public hearing process of those centers.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
All right, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor Collins. A couple of things. One is apropos of what Laura and Andrea were just talking about. Personally, I would like to see, and I don't mind necessarily acting on this particular ordinance, proposed ordinance, but I really want to see something that expands the areas within San Carlos where child care facilities can be built. And I'm going to be semi-facetious in this next comment, but frankly, as long as the health and safety standards were met, both state and local, I don't really care where it's built. To me, that's essentially, I could see some locations would be less attractive. As a parent, I might not want to send my kid to a facility built in a certain area, but that risk is on, that's the risk that the developer is taking of the child care project. So I'm strongly interested in seeing as big a footprint area as we can come up with, however we do that and however quickly we can do that. None of this stuff is going to, no de novo construction is going to yield new capacity very quickly, but some are quicker than others, and I'd like to see us be as quick as we can. I like what Adam was talking about as a concept about when we give out benefits to developers of childcare facilities and operators of childcare facilities. We need to see that the community is getting benefit back in exchange for having granted the concession, if you will. And broadly speaking, one of the things that we get back is simply capacity. That's sort of the obvious one about why we cut fees, because we want people to build more, and if we figure we lower their cost of construction and make things happen faster, that they can they'll build more. But there are other things as well, and I think Adam touched on at least one of these. If statutory authority allows us to do this, I would like to see a benefit also that comes back to the community, that some portion of the spaces that get created, the capacity that gets created, must be granted to San Carlos people, San Carlos residents, maybe employees in San Carlos also, but basically at a geographic nexus, if you will. And then beyond that, I also think that we ought to consider doing something with a means-based kind of thing. There's a big problem with people of all income levels need childcare. Some are far less able to afford it than others, and it really negatively impacts their quality of life. And to the extent they are members of our community, either by working or living here, I'd like to see them getting taken care of as well. So it's almost like an affordable childcare component, if you will, kind of like affordable housing. I know some of that's in the things that are before us, but I'd really like us to do more than what we've got there. And lastly, and Laura touched on this in the last item we were talking about, probably the fastest way of increasing childcare capacity in any community is to take advantage of that state override. And both in terms of financial incentives and maybe offering loans or grants to offset the cost of modifying a home so it could support childcare. The other thing I would love to see us do is some kind of aggressive advertising outreach. I'm not sure that many people who might be willing to do this, retired, large house, wouldn't mind some extra income. I'm not sure they're aware they could do it. And I would love to see us spend some resources getting the word out there, because that's probably the fastest way of increasing the capacity of childcare in San Carlos. So those are just some specific thoughts about, in reaction to what we have here before us.
Excellent points, Mark. Very excellent points. Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree, Mark, your points are excellent, and they're giving me a lot to think about. And Adam as well, I appreciate kind of thinking about how we're going to incentivize childcare for all of our community members. So I'm interested in kind of looking at what could be done to have childcare available to people of lower income or, people in our community. I love the idea of designating a specific planner on staff as a childcare specialist. I think having a point person to field questions in this area is really important. I wanted to share that over the weekend, I spent time reaching out to childcares in San Carlos, to centers and to family home daycares, just to kind of hear from them how things are going. And, I know that a lot of what we're working on tonight is looking towards the future, but our childcare providers in our community right now are really struggling with fixed costs such as rent and property taxes. And so I think that if we do move forward with having a childcare specialist on staff, I think it would be really important to make sure to reach out to our current childcare providers and see how things are going and where we might be able to help. I know that our resources are limited too, but we also need to really think about preserving our current childcare capacity and keeping those in business who are currently serving our community. I like the checklist submittal. I think that will help with workflow efficiencies. So I think that's a great thing to do. I like the webpage on the city's website to provide more information. I'd love to see that built out in the future to list our current childcare centers so that it could be a one-stop shop both for those who are looking to open childcare, but also parents in our community who are looking to find childcare here in town. And I think that would really help get the word out about our current providers. And I think shortening the review process is also a great idea. And I also agree with taking a look at our zoning kind of bigger picture. I'm fine with the zoning changes tonight, but I think that we do need to have a more look at it with broader strokes as well of where childcare could potentially go in our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sarah. So it sounds to me like the zoning changes are more than what we're attempting to do tonight. So what I'm hearing is that you want to go beyond that. Do I hear that right, Sarah?
I do, yes.
Okay.
And I think I heard Mark say that as well.
Yes,
yes, and I think I was getting at that in our previous conversation as well. And
right.
I don't see how we're going to make a magnitude order of difference. And again, medium, quickly, what can we do longer term?
Right. I had a couple of questions, but let me check in with Crystal. Do we have any callers, Crystal?
No, no callers.
Okay. One question I had was, I suspect that we don't have any rules right now regarding whether or not the people who use our existing child care facilities live in San Carlos or not. I'm not sure if that's you, Judy or Andrea, that can answer that question.
No, there's no regulation.
No resident.
No.
Just whoever can pay the fee and is on the waiting list and gets in, I guess. Okay. So I guess my question to my fellow council members is, are you comfortable with the sort of the framework of these resolutions and what consensus should we come to with respect to authorizing a fee structure? But before I do that, I saw a couple more hands raised. So, Mark, you had some further thoughts?
Yes, and actually, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was very timely because all I wanted to suggest was I had a question for Andrea or Greg or somebody. If we enact the regulations, I would summarize the comments that I heard from the dais this way. We're okay with the things that are currently sitting before us on 12A, but we, in a lot of ways, want to go further, okay? So my question is, if we adopt what's been proposed for 12A, does that limit us in coming back next month in September or whatever it is and going further? And if the answer to that is no, it doesn't limit us at all, then I'm fine moving forward with this because something's better than nothing. And this is definitely something worth doing. It's just I don't want to forestall doing something bigger in the future.
I can. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the short answer is that you are not foreclosed from developing another program in the future that goes further than what's before you tonight.
Okay. And Andrea, I take it that you've probably gotten pretty clear signaling from basically everybody on the dais about what going further means and what they'd like to see done.
Yes, and the one thing I would like to just get some clarification on is it sounds like the general consensus on fees was not to just waive them outright, but to have some sort of program where there's a trade-off. And if that is the case, then I believe that no resolution would be needed for that tonight because we'd have to return with a program specifically outlining what those criteria are. Is that correct, Greg?
Yeah, I think that would be preferable because if you pass the ordinance the way it is and you pick one of the choices that are in the reso, you would have set the policy on waiving of fees, but there wouldn't be any programmatic response for low-income assistance or anything like that you might be interested in applying. You could do it later, but you'd have a gap between the between what you enacted tonight and until we could develop a program.
Right. Before we move on, Laura, you had some ideas.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to kind of share my sentiments with respect to the two issues that were discussed. One is around, the options to expedite the approval process. I think those are fantastic, and I concur that those will really help. The other thing I'm also in alignment that we need to be mindful of our families who fall into the lower incomes. What I'm having trouble reconciling in my mind is in terms of how this is all going to pencil out. So, going back to the impact fees. So my understanding was from our last study session on this, the daycare providers in and of themselves are actually not raking in the dollars, right? This is a very low margin business. They often hire people at close to minimum wage. Below, the daycare providers themselves actually are low income. So what I'm struggling with in my mind is how do we accomplish the goal of, which I'm fully aligned with, of supporting families that are lower income with childcare, knowing that the economics of the business aren't great to begin with, which is why we're having this whole conversation. So I just want to put that out there, because I think I don't want to miss an opportunity here to continue to move forward with the momentum that we have, that, the alignment that we have with council to increase access to childcare and all the great work that the team has done. So that's all I want to say about that.
All right. Adam?
Thank you, Mayor Collins. And then, so I think I'd like to, at least on the fee structure, I would like to hold off on that. I'm fine with moving forward on the other things, the speeding up the process and other area in the zoning. And I do agree that we need to expand on the zoning. But I do want to come back with some sort of program and have staff come back in the subcommittee, maybe meet again to kind of look at some options around that, taking into account sort of what Laura said. On this, and I would like to think about if we roll in the ordinance, roll in the fee, add maybe take that take all the fees, even including the traffic impact fee, and roll it into one ordinance on fee reduction, not have sort of those two separate ones, because I think it sort of more represents kind of what we've done or will potentially do on fee reduction versus, and I know we're talking about now getting rid of the conditional use fee as well. So we're reducing fees already. So I think just sort of having it in one bucket would be better, if that makes sense. But maybe amend that 1551 that we did on the traffic impact fee and maybe redo that ordinance to have all the fees in one ordinance and then waive them all in one ordinance versus having multiple ordinance waiving fees.
Adam, let me ask you this. Are you proposing that we adopt just the second resolution tonight and continue the other one so that we can get a better handle on how we want it to be worded?
I would prefer, I'm comfortable. I don't love the idea of getting rid of the conditional use fee because it's an extra fee, and I think it'd be better in one spot. But I'm okay with that part, with that zoning change and with the speeding up of the process. What I would like to do is on the actual fee elimination or reduction, wait until we can get a program put in place, because I worry that we're going to just do it and then it's going to be a lot harder to come back to it if we've done it already. And so, and I do want to, Laura, I appreciate what you said. I also know that there are different types of childcare. There are some larger corporations who are doing childcare who are more, not the one-off sort of mom and pop commercial facilities, but there are ones that have, 10, 15, childcare facilities. And I'm not sure for them, not dealing with the low income, using that to leverage low income families is a good approach. Because I think I'd love to understand. I think there's some differences there's a spectrum on this, and I want to make sure we're not, we're giving benefit where there's benefit to these childcare facilities, but not sort of giving benefit where it's not needed.
Understood. And I think some of the points I'm raising are just about how complicated this issue is, right? There's a lot of different segments in terms of what you're saying, and service providers and what the makeup of those are. And then the economics of the business is different for all, right?
That's right. So that's why I think on the fee piece, I'd like to come back and look at that and do something more comprehensive versus and do it sooner than later. I mean, if we can do it in August or September, do it. I don't know that it needs to wait a long time, and hopefully we can just move quickly. That would be my preference on the fee structure, and everything else I'm fine with supporting tonight.
So a tiered approach.
Yes.
Mark, you had another thought?
Yeah, it was mostly sparked by what Adam said, and it was sort of reversing what I said a few minutes ago. If I understood what Adam said and what Laura was saying correctly, it would be moving forward with the second resolution, not sending the first one back for further work. But then I also heard Adam say that there were certain things about the second resolution that he had a little bit of concern about. I suppose if the concerns on the second resolution are small enough, if we didn't act on it tonight, we could act on it in August. And in practice, the difference between now and August for that type of resolution probably doesn't mean anything. I'm certainly fine with, I think there were good points made about having more of a structure in place on the first resolution before we adopt it, and rather than adopt it and then go back and fix it. So I'm fine with just moving forward with the second one, but I'm also fine with if the consensus is to send it back for a little bit more work and bring it back in a more polished form in our next meeting, do it that way too. So.
And Greg, I don't have a strong opinion on that one. On the second one, on the first one I do. On the second one, I can, I'm happy to move forward and support it. My concerns are minor on that one.
Yeah.
Well, then maybe if there's a consensus on it, Mr. Mayor, maybe we can entertain a motion on the second resolution.
That's what I was thinking. I want to ask Greg a minute. Do we have any issues with tabling one, voting on the other? Is there something we might be missing, Greg?
No, I think the tabling one in order to get more clarity on the instead of just being a waiver of fees, having it be a program that incentivizes people to move in a policy direction that you want for these daycares, and then analyzing what that looks like, I think is appropriate. You don't have to consider them together. They're kind of two standalone resolutions.
Okay. And then just last, apologies, Andrea and Sajudi. I guess we've just created some more work for you.
Oh, fine. And just to clarify through the chair, if council chooses to adopt the second resolution, no zoning changes would be made at this time. So any direction you gave about zoning, we would come back with. But adoption of the second resolution would only deal with the expediting of the process itself, not any specific zoning ordinance changes.
That's my understanding. Anybody else have an issue with that?
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to make a resolution, or try to make a resolution if you'd like.
Try to make a motion, you mean?
Yes, make a motion, pardon me.
Go for it.
I move to adopt resolution 2020-55, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos authorizing the implementation of specific immediate actions to expedite the commercial child care application approval process.
Okay. We have a second?
I'll second.
All right, a motion and a second. Any other comment? Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Rack?
Yep.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parma-Lohan?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay, before we go on, it's 10:24. We've got a couple more things that we need to address. I'd entertain a motion to extend the meeting.
I move to extend the meeting to 11
11?
11.
Here. Second.
Okay. Do we need a roll call on that, Crystal?
Yes, I'll do it real quickly. Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parma Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll try to pick up our pace here. All right, 12B, consideration of adopting a resolution revising the program for the temporary closure of the 600 and 700 blocks of Laurel Street and the temporary elimination of parking on portions of Laurel Street and San Carlos Avenue.
Good evening, Council. Tara Peterson, Assistant City Manager once again. Just very quickly at the Mayor's request, we're coming forward with this action based on information and input received by both the downtown subcommittee as well as merchants in the downtown. After meeting with several of the businesses on the 600 block, they indicated a desire to reopen the 600 block and just because it was impacting their businesses. And there aren't a lot of restaurants on the 600 block, not nearly as many as on the 700 block. So after looking at it and considering especially the safety impacts, it was determined that yes, we could in fact reopen the 600 block, and that has been done. The 600 block is closed on Sundays, however, which we believe helps facilitate the bike loops and the other recreation activities. And the 600 block closure also closes the Cherry Street and Laurel Street intersection. And again, just on Sundays. The rest is the Laurel Street 700 block that remains closed, and the restaurants are really doing well and liking the closure. Again, for safety reasons, it seems that the 700 block is doing well being closed. It should be noted that initially this whole idea was proposed along with the bike loops to give our community members a place to go, something to do during the shelter in place. So it allowed them to recreate as well as stroll in the downtown and do some shopping and support our businesses down there. So with that, that was my intro. Greg, if you want to talk at all about the legal aspect quickly, we can.
Yeah, sure, glad to. This proposed reso is basically a bit of a cleanup as well, because based on the input from the subcommittee and the downtown merchants, we realized that in the earlier ordinance, there wasn't the flexibility to change the street closure aspects of the prior resolution, although there was discretion with how to manage the encroachment permits. It's just the street closure portion we think requires a little more discretion on the part of the city manager to manage it as circumstances change and as and which happened today. I mean, there's no more indoor dining, so there's even more demand that's going to continue on the outdoor dining. So we wanted you to be able to give the city manager some flexibility to deal with those changing circumstances and open and close and change hours and do things that make the program work better for the businesses and the restaurants downtown. And the final aspect of this is because the city manager used his emergency authority to close the 600 block, we wanted the council to reopen the 600 block. We wanted the council to ratify that tonight. It doesn't affect the overall program though, because the prior program authorized the temporary closure under the vehicle code. Did I freeze up?
No, that's.
I apologize. I had I apologize, Greg. I had not unmuted myself. Before we get to just comments, again, I'll check in with Crystal. Any public comment?
No, we don't have any comments.
Okay. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One observation and one question. The observation is I like the idea of giving the city manager more flexibility to sort of fine tune the program as situations change. Personally, I actually think the 700 block of Laurel Street, based on everything I've seen, at least to date, ought to be treated the same way as the 600 block, meaning not blocked off, except in the safety areas around where the restaurants are, and basically free up the parking. Because as I recall, the original impetus in that regard was we were trying to create an outdoor mall kind of environment. And to be perfectly frank, there are plenty of people who are eating at the outdoor places, and there will be more. That's great, but there's nobody strolling around. In all honesty, there really isn't. And so therefore the street's closed for not a particularly important reason. So personally, I would hope that when we grant the city manager this authority, he'll think about that aspect of things. The one question I had is the only element of the proposed resolution that I have a slight degree of concern is that it grants the city manager the ability to terminate the program early without coming back to the council. And so my question to Greg is, assuming there was a support for this on the dais, is it possible for us to approve the resolution subject to deleting that last clause, so that basically to end the program, you still have to come back and ask the council to do it?
Oh yeah, that is definitely possible. We just have to change that part of the resolution before it's signed by the mayor.
Okay, well then I'll leave that as that's what I would like to see us do. We'll see if anybody else is interested in it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mark. Adam, Sarah, I'm going to apologize. I'm going to jump to Adam for a moment because Adam has been, along with me, sort of intimately involved in this. So, Adam, maybe you could give some feedback on our experiences, unless there was some other point you were trying to make.
Oh, no, I think most of the stuff I'd like to say, and I don't mean to cut in front of Sarah on this. I think for us, it was, sort of really understanding that we're, in the process of still trying to tweak the program here and there. I mean, we're still getting, as a subcommittee, emails from different businesses downtown with different sort of minor questions and tweaks and things. And so, Ron and Mayor Collins and I, we walked and spoke to, I think, every business that was open on the 600 block to get that feedback and opinion from everybody about different things. And we also tried to find a compromise on the Sundays. A lot of the businesses were closed on that Sunday for the 600 block, and it's still in play to potentially put the farmers market over in that area as well. So that was sort of the other impetus to have that closed on Sundays, tying in with the bike loops as well, because there's sort of multiple things that work. I would say that, and I think we've heard from some of the restaurants on the 700 block that they prefer that. I would personally say that I do see a number of people walking downtown on the 700 block, and I personally prefer to be walking in the middle of the street because the sidewalks are so crowded over there that it's not safe to socially distance when I'm walking down the street, and I find it just safer for me and for people to walk down the middle of the street over there. So I think there's, obviously, I think it depends on the time of day you're going and things. And then last, I would add just I think, Mark, and maybe we misunderstood it, but I thought that when you raised this, because I think part of this was an agenda item you brought up, that you had asked that Jeff be able to end the program, but maybe that's where there was some confusion, because I'm certainly in favor of giving him the ability to modify it, but I think ending the program should come back to the council. I would agree with that.
If I could just butt in, the city manager's in agreement with you that you guys should have the authority to close it.
Yeah,
thank you, Tara.
Mm-hmm.
And then if I could just, I think that Mayor Collins and I just talked about two other items. I think that we need to, as this moves on, to think about and hopefully, Greg, if I'm offline on this, on agenda setting, is having a discussion about what the right time to close the program is, and having discussion about sort of, looking at some, the Park Whip program as an issue, something that may be want to be expanded on based on the feedback from restaurants and other businesses downtown, that may be something we want to look at as part of this overall program.
Yeah, without that last sentence about the further authorized early termination of the program, without that last sentence in the reso, the end of the program is December 31, 2020, with the city manager having the ability to extend it an additional 3 months. So the program ends as currently constituted to March 31st of 2021. That'd be the latest that could go, but you would always have the discretion to extend it, before it terminates. So just removing the ability to terminate it just puts it on the original track that the council provided.
And Greg, if we wanted to end it early, a month or 2 or 3 early, do we need to have, how do we do that? Do we need to have a separate formal statement?
You would need to have a resolution that rescinded or modified that original resolution that had the timeline in it.
Okay, all right.
But what you would be doing is giving the city manager some authority to reopen the street, reopen the 700 block, and change times of closures and things of that nature to kind of make the program function in line with people's expectations and what the subcommittee is hearing. It's just totally ending the program would not be within the city manager's discretion with the proposed amendment.
So that might take care of the need to set a termination date prior to December 31st. If we said to Jeff, you can open the street a month earlier or 2 months earlier.
All it takes is a resolution of the city council to undo this. So it's not any more complicated than that, just at a regular meeting. And if it was urgent, a special meeting. And if it was generated by the emergency, perhaps what Jeff did on the 600 block.
Okay. Sarah, I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
No, that's fine. I appreciated hearing Adam chime in as a member of the subcommittee. And again, thank you to Mayor Collins and to Adam for all of your hard work on this program. I was going to say the same thing as Mark. I'd rather that if we were terminating the program, that it be done in a council meeting where we could do it in public and hear from the community. And I wanted to also echo what Adam said, that I have seen a lot of people coming to the 700 block and enjoying walking in the middle of the street, my family included. I think that it's actually a draw to San Carlos and to our restaurants and downtown area to have that closed. I've seen lots of people out there posing for selfies and posting it to social media and saying this is so cool that this is something new in San Carlos. So I would, I'm of the mindset that we should preserve that. And I've heard a lot of positive feedback about it remaining closed. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Laura?
Thank you, Mayor Collins, and thank you, everyone, for the discussion on this. I think it's important. As Tara said in the beginning of the conversation, this program has been important to the community as well as to our businesses to allow us to reopen the local economy safely. This physical distancing for patrons is really important. And in light of, the indoor dining now being shut down, it's really important that the restaurants can spill out onto the streets. I think that, from the beginning, I thought it was important that the program, we remain flexible in its application, simply because circumstances are changing quite rapidly, and every situation, every proprietor has a very unique set of circumstances. In addition, what I've heard is that, from businesses that, we may want to think about further modifications as the fall and winter comes and the climate changes, right, to cooler weather, perhaps rain. So I think having some clarity around what the criteria is for continuation or discontinuation would be important to help set expectations and work with not only the community, but also the business owners. I'm in alignment that providing the city manager with the flexibility to make these changes is important. And I do agree that at the point at which it's time to discontinue the program, that comes back to council. Right. So thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Laura. This is all this is very helpful to us. One thing I did want to point out is with respect to the 700 block is that town in particular has built some temporary parklets, and while I agree they could be taken down very quickly, they do protrude out into the street, and I have a little bit of a concern there that if we did open up that block prematurely, that those would have to come down because they do stick out further into the right of way than even the yellow water walls do on the other block. So anyway, just a note about that. Okay, so
through the chair. Sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Mark.
Just because I was not, I have to admit, I hadn't thought of that before. I was not aware of that. If they're actually protruding out further than the water walls, how was that allowed?
How would that what?
How was that allowed? I mean,
I think the primary reason it's allowed right now is because the street is closed. If we had a partial opening like the 600 block, they'd have to pull it back in probably a foot. I think the assumption was rightly or wrongly on town's part that because the street was closed, they took advantage of that. I don't want to say that they took the liberty because it's very well could be that the permit allowed them to do that because the street, we are, continuing to have that street or that block rather closed. But it is something that we need to think about. Adam, if there's anything you can
add to that. I think Mayor Collins, you're right. Mark, they're not protruding into the street, into the fire lane. I think because if they had to put the orange barriers there, then they'd have to move it because the barriers would be in that sort of gully, that sort of drainage area. Mm-hmm. They're now allowed to kind of go up to the drainage area. So they would have to move it in if the street was opened. But they're not going into the fire lane, if that makes sense.
Yes. So geometrically, by agreeing to or by permitting them to erect their own barrier as opposed to use the ones that we provided, they basically ended up acquiring more space than another restaurant would have typically.
Well, I think the other
that may not have been the intent, but that was the effect.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
I was going to say that may not have been the intent, but that was the effect.
Yeah,
that was the effect, and I think that on the 700 block, all those restaurants sort of have a little bit more space because they don't have those orange barriers. Others just chose not to build a more physical structure, right? They just have the chairs out in the area.
I appreciate the explanation. It's I would label that kind of unintended consequence, at least unintended from my point of view, but that's okay.
Right. Just before we leave this, I just wanted to ask Steve Machida if he could just weigh in on town's temporary parklets that they've added. What's your take on their construction, Steve?
So, we did have that discussion with them. We did tell them that this is only a temporary parklet. I mean, his center parklet, well, that is permitted as part of the parklet program, but the two parklets that he recently constructed on either side, those will have to be removed once we open up the 700 block. So he's well aware of that. And I know we have received several other inquiries from other restaurants who want to do something very similar. Again, we tell them that, they need to stay out of the that valley gutter, away from it. And it's just a temporary measure, for during this COVID outdoor dining. But once the street is opened up, that all that area will need to be cleared and the parking needs to be restored.
Okay, great. Okay, any other discussion on this?
There's one public comment I got a text on, someone's holding.
Oh, Crystal, we have a member of the public wishing to speak?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, caller ending in 555. Thank you for joining the San Carlos City Council meeting tonight. If you hear an echo, please lower the volume of the meeting behind you. You will have 2 minutes to address the council, and at the end of the 2 minutes, you'll hear a chime indicating that it's time to wrap up. Please state your name for the record. And, uh-oh, did I lose you? No. And you're now unmuted, so you can begin.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. This is Sonia Elks, and I just wanted to thank you for having this discussion regarding particularly the 700 block. I think it's been widely, from my reading of social media, happily and delightfully greeted, especially the 700 block. I know there was some concern about the 600 block with less restaurants and such, but I think it would be a mistake to close the 700 block. Regarding a concern about not having enough people walking downtown, if that is the issue, I have several concerns that I have raised with Public Works, and I think I've emailed you as well. No actual safety changes were made to encourage or to facilitate safer, transit for bikes and pedestrians to get from the flats of San Carlos to downtown. We put up signs in sidewalks, and they say share the road on weekends, which everybody who reads them sees share the road weekends, and they don't see share the road weekdays. I have a massive concern, and many people do, about the weekend sign. There's very little drawing people more now than there was 3 weeks ago downtown from that standpoint. Also, the pedestrian crosswalk signs, the paddle signs that have yield signs right next to where the stop sign is, has also been very confusing for drivers. And I don't think makes pedestrians feel necessarily safer. I think there was some issues with that, which I also forwarded you information on. And then finally, I haven't seen any downtown alternative parking map publicly released. I know there were supposed to be, but I didn't see anything. In terms of people being concerned about parking, there are so multiplicity many ways that we could be facilitating a successful downtown 700 block. And there are lots of people who are willing to help with that. I think to close that, to reopen to traffic 700 block without making some very fundamental changes would seem like a significant mistake to me. So those are my thoughts. I think you've all received them, and if you need more information, let me know. And finally, there's been also no significant, the glossy brochures that come out from the staff that highlight different changes and things that are going on. I realize there's a lot going on in the city right now, especially with COVID, and it's a constantly changing situation. But I think before you reopen the 700 block as a response to not enough people walking on it, you have to address the ways that they weren't ever actually facilitated to get there more safely than before. Does that make sense? Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Sonia. Okay, Crystal, was there anyone else who called?
Yes, we do have one caller on the line here.
Okay.
Admit them in. Good evening, caller ending in 256. Thank you for calling in tonight. If you hear an echo, please lower the volume of the meeting in the background. You have 2 minutes to address the council, and at the end of the 2 minutes, you'll hear a chime to wrap up. Please state your name for the record before providing your comment. You are now unmuted, so you may begin. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matt Levin. I'm the owner of the Refuge on 963 Laurel Street. First, I wanted to thank everybody at the council and the mayor. You guys are definitely leading the charge as far as I can see on the peninsula, and everybody's kind of looking to you guys, for guidance, because I have another restaurant in Menlo Park. But just, real quick, I just want you guys to just be mindful that there's other businesses, in San Carlos besides all the restaurants on the 600 and 700 block. Right now those restaurants are are killing it. And, you know, I sent an email to Mayor Collins, and, you know, we essentially just need more space, you know, to compete with, you know, some of those restaurants have over 20 picnic tables. That's almost the size of a full restaurant. So, you know, just something to be mindful of, that in the future, if this is going to be, you know, viable for the restaurant, especially in the winter, we're going to have to start thinking of that stuff. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That may be something that Adam, maybe you and I and staff can talk about that. We've made some accommodations, but something else we can always look at. Okay. Crystal, were there any other callers?
No additional.
Okay. All right. At this point, I think we're going to need a motion, unless there's any further discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I move to adopt Resolution 2020-56, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos revising the program for the temporary closure of the 600 and 700 blocks of Laurel Street and the temporary elimination of parking on portions of Laurel Street and San Carlos Avenue, providing the city manager with authority to modify the program based on changing conditions, and ratifying the city manager's emergency authorization to reopen the 600 block of Laurel Street as defined in the associated resolution, with the amendment that the clause allowing the city manager to terminate the program early is struck, and such early termination needs to come back to the council for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? I'll just say thank you to everybody for your contributions tonight. It has been an interesting journey, and it continues. Crystal, please call the roll.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay, we're going to move on now to, I think we moved item 6. We combined it with at 13. So we're going to talk, we're going to address council communications now. I would like to, I think I mentioned I want to combine council communications announcements and agenda setting. Why don't we just take communications and announcements first? Any council members have anything they want to report out on? Laura? Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you. I wanted to let everybody know that San Mateo County is partnering with the Renaissance Entrepreneur Center to provide grants to minority-owned businesses for technical assistance and access to PPE. So in a previous meeting, we got some questions about what San Carlos is doing for small businesses. That's what the county is doing for minority-owned businesses. The other thing I wanted to share is that Association of Bay Area Governments and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission are partnering on a long-range plan for the Bay Area named Plan Bay Area 2050. It will focus on integrated strategies for transportation, housing, the environment, and the economy. And the plan must be fiscally constrained, rely on reasonably expected revenues, and meet or exceed a 19% per capita greenhouse gas reduction target for light-duty vehicles by 2035. And it must meet sufficient housing requirements at all income levels. Public comment on the draft plan is now available and open through August 10th. If people want to visit planbayarea.org to get more information and provide feedback on the plan, all are welcome to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Sarah?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, I wanted to let my colleagues know that I have joined a county committee that is focused on childcare and education recovery efforts. So we're focusing on supporting and preserving childcare in the county, which is going to be critical in our county's economic recovery. We're exploring how the county could help support both childcare providers as well as parents looking for childcare. We're looking at mental health initiatives and out of school care. We're meeting weekly. There's obviously a lot to tackle as we've talked about tonight, so I will keep you updated. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Mr. Mayor, we probably need to consider another extension of the meeting because it's 10:56 already.
Okay, Greg, does that, by extending the meeting, does that include or exclude closed session?
It would have to include the closed session.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion to extend the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we extend the meeting till, well, let's say 11:30 in case we get wordy in closed session.
Okay.
I'll second.
Second, Crystal?
Vice Mayor Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mark, and you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. Just a few comments here. I'll try and be quick. One is I just wanted to remind the general public that the filing period for this November's election starts today, at least according to Crystal when she sent me a note that it starts today. Those are the seats currently held by Ron and I, but they are going to be subject to election in November. I also want to let everybody in the community know that due to a unfortunate glitch with some email server software at the city, if you sent me an email between June 23rd and July 9th and you haven't heard back from me, it may be because I never got it. So if you did and you didn't hear from me, please feel free to send it again. I do hope, by the way, with the election this year, that we will follow up or consider following up on something we've talked about in the past, which is if there are people who file who are, not members currently of the council, that we hold some kind of open forum discussion to do a Q&A kind of thing. Adam probably remembers that's something the school board pioneered some years ago, and I think it was always very helpful for potential candidates and to decide, whether or not they were interested in actually following through on a campaign. So I hope we'll do that. I also want to take this moment actually on a more personal note to tell everybody that I won't be standing for re-election this fall. I appreciate the almost 2 decades of support that I've gotten from the San Carlos community. It's been a great ride. I really enjoyed it. I've learned a lot. I've enjoyed sharing what I've learned with people as well. First on the school board and then on the council since 2011. But it's time to move on. So I will wish my soon-to-be former colleagues all the luck in the world, but I wanted you to be aware of that. Thank you.
Wow.
Ron, you're still muted, so I can't.
Sorry, I apologize, Mark. I'm in a state of shock. We'll talk more privately, but I'm going to take this opportunity to just say that I have, you and I have served for nearly 9 years together, and we haven't always agreed. We've probably agreed, though, way more times than we disagreed. And I've always valued your contributions and your friendship. So
likewise, I think it may be time for another lobster shack lunch.
A lobster shack lunch. Okay. I will.
Ron, if I could just,
go ahead, Adam.
With you on this. So, Mark, I've enjoyed serving with you for the last couple of years, and obviously being able to work with you when I was on the school board and you were in the city council. We worked on a couple projects together as well that were memorable to say the least. But
not successful.
Memorable, but I've enjoyed working with you, and I wish you best of luck. And obviously, we'll be able to talk more as the year goes on.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, Mark, don't go far because I enjoy your counsel. So please stick around, stay in town so we can still have lunch.
It'll always be available, Sarah. It's just the price might go up.
Okay.
This was not the news I expected to hear, Mark. And I'm sorry to see you go. And I appreciate all that you do for San Carlos. And I will cherish our continued relationship in this capacity until such day, and then some afterwards. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you again, Mark. We'll talk more. I just have one announcement, and that is we had a Caltrain meeting last week. I think many of you have read. Caltrain really has suffered a massive loss of ridership, up to 97%. I think they've recovered a little bit. It's about 95%. It has been very tough. Caltrain, as many people know, does not have a dedicated source of funding. There is a proposed 1/8 cent ballot measure to go on the ballot this fall. However, it'll take 7 agencies to agree to put that ballot measure, actually get it on the ballot for November. And that is something that we're going to be talking about. We only have a few weeks left to do it, but I did want to let everybody know that Caltrain is in serious danger of running out of funds and discontinuing operations first part of next year. Not something I wanted to report out on, but it is what it is. Okay, we had an agenda setting item to, hang on, let me just pull it up here. Consideration of agendizing an item regarding parklets in the industrial arts area. Whose item was that?
It's mine and Adam's, but I'm going to give a very brief description. So Adam and I are on the Industrial Arts Subcommittee, and we recently checked in with Christiane Garrett, who represents the Industrial Arts Business Association. And she mentioned that there are business owners in that area of town who are interested in the concept of parklets. And council has not discussed the issue of parklets in that area of town. So Adam and I would like to ask for council approval to bring this back at a future meeting to discuss parklets in the industrial arts area of San Carlos.
Okay.
Adam, did I miss anything there? Did you want to chime in?
You covered it all.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Sarah, can I say that that's not necessarily for the specific businesses, but maybe that some of the employees would have a place to go sit and eat outside in the areas. Part of the rationale around that, not necessarily for a specific business.
Yeah, I would be open to having that discussion at council.
As would I.
All right. Well, there you go. That'll be on a future agenda.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Okay. All right, with that, unless there are no other comments by council, the next is staff comments and city administrative business. Tara, anything to report out?
No, we don't have anything else for today, but thank you very much, and thank you to Mark.
I think staff's done an amazing job the last few months. This has really not been the best environment for anybody. And I think I speak for all 5 of us when I say that words do not even express how grateful we are for all the work that staff's been doing behind the scenes and in council meetings and staying up late. It is truly appreciated. You make our jobs a lot easier. So anyway, thank you, Tara.
Mr. Mayor, may I build on that for a second? Yes. Because I, in our reflections, I wanted to also thank staff. I think that, March seems like so long ago, but it was really just a few months. And, San Carlos was the first to accept cruise ship passengers who had to be quarantined. And I feel like our staff has just worked at a breakneck speed since then to just meet all the needs of our community and, plus doing their regular jobs. And I do also want to echo Ron's thoughts about thanking the staff and how much we appreciate you, because everyone has really risen to the occasion and taken on so many new and extra jobs to deal with COVID and all of the new requirements in our community. And and helping everyone. So before we go on recess, I also wanted to say thank you so much for all of the hard work.
Well, thank you. And thank you for mentioning the recess. I should have done that. So the meeting of the 27th of July is canceled, and we will see you again in August.
Right. And thank you very much, Tara. You guys have a well-deserved break coming up.
Thank you very much. You too as well. You guys have done a tremendous job. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think
Thanks.
now,
For me too.
any other comments before we move to closed session?
I wouldn't mind a quick refresher on how to move to closed session.
Thank you for asking that.
You're going to see a pop-up in just a minute. And then if you click it,
before you do that, Crystal, Greg, are we going to have to come back and report out?
I do not think that we are going to be reporting anything out, but we are supposed to reconvene and then adjourn in open session.
Okay. All right. All right. So with that, we will adjourn to closed session.
Adam's missing.
He dropped off.
Greg, I think.
As is Greg.
Yeah.
There were about 4 of us sitting in the breakout room waiting. We're going to where you guys were.
All right. So we're back. Greg, any report from closed session?
There's no reportable item from closed session tonight, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you. We stand adjourned.
Hey, thanks.
Bye, everybody.
Have a good recess.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good night.